Hi guys, what's up? How you doing today on this lovely afternoon? Hello. Hey Cavity. Hey Baboon, what's up? I got my tea. Today I actually have no caffeine tea. I have a chamomile tea. Because apparently my throat still hurts, and my head hurts, and everything hurts. So we're having chamomile tea. Hopefully I don't fall asleep. Because I heard it makes you sleepy. Let's try not to do that. Alright. So, guys, the plan for today is we are gaming. Lots of gaming is going to be had today. And at some point, in like an hour and a little bit, Bansherz is going to join me. And we're going to do an M+ bootcamp. Where we focus on off-meta M+, mainly. So, Bansherz is obviously a Hunter player. And he has also participated in the MDI with the physical god comp that made it to Sunday. Didn't quite qualify for the globals, but they did really well. So yeah, I'm sure it's gonna be interesting to talk to him about that. See what he feels about like the whole meta thing, playing off meta, how to navigate the M+ scene as an off meta spec, how to, and then we can split it into like more LFG, like pugging kind of experience, and then at the same time we can have another talk about organized off meta groups, because obviously it's going to be a little bit different if you play in an organized group that plays off meta, or if you try to do LFG pugging with off meta. That's going to be a little bit of a different experience. I don't know how much Bansherz is pugging, but I assume he has experienced a thing or two in his gameplay lifetime. Hey Haki, what's up? Hey Bagrasa, what's up? Nice hot green tea with lemon and honey. Yeah, apparently none of that is helping. I drank all of the tea. Apparently it's not helping. So, let's see if we can get some Valor points. These goddamn Valor points. So, let me get a thingy. I bought these yesterday when I ran to the pharmacy right as I ended the stream, and I still made it. They're way too expensive. These are just, like, I bought these at the pharmacy. These are just like against like a sore throat, I guess. And there's how many in there? 20? 20 of these? 12 euros. Excuse me? Is this some sort of like miracle drug? Is this cocaine? I don't think it's cocaine. I think I would notice. I know the... Shit, what's the name again? Wait, I can think of this. Give me a moment. I will totally think of this. Landslide. The landslide was not anywhere near me, no. There's a landslide, a really big one. In Trentino? I think. Oh, no, Switzerland. True, in Switzerland. Yeah, it's crazy. Look at
Perché
that.
lavoro in ActionAid? Perché
Wait,
voglio
we
fare
have to listen to an ad
qualcosa
first.
che crei valore.
The Swiss village of Blatten has been partially destroyed after a massive chunk of the Birch Glacier avalanched down into the valley. Footage shows a thick brown
Look at
sludge
that.
covering almost the entire village located in southern Switzerland.
Crazy.
Officials had evacuated the village's 300 residents as well as all livestock earlier this month as a safety measure due to fears of the glacier disintegrating. Residents say around 90% of the village has been covered or destroyed. Authorities say a 64-year-old man was reported missing and search and rescue operations are...
Oh, they knew this was gonna happen? The regional government announced in a statement that in the past few days, officials have ordered the evacuation of approximately 300 people, along with all livestock, from the village due to concerns that the 1.5 million cubic meter glacier may be on the verge of collapsing. Well, I'm glad they fucking knew that. That's very... It's very fucking good that they knew that that's gonna happen. Jesus. Swiss glaciologist. Oh my god. I can't believe that's a word. I think all of the words that I keep making up about ologists, in case you don't know this about me, sometimes if I want to say that you're like like in my mind, if you're like a professional in like a certain field, I will just use the word of the field and then add ologist at the end. And I'll do this with anything. So like if you're like really into tea, then I'll just call you like a teologist or gameologist or houseologist, I don't know, iologist, whatever. And apparently glaciologist is a word. Softwareologist, yeah, exactly. And apparently glaciologist is an actual word. Swiss glaciologists have consistently expressed concerns about a thaw observed in recent years, largely attributed to global warming, which has accelerated the retreat of glaciers in Switzerland. The landlocked Alpine nation has the highest number of glaciers among all European countries. Really? That's crazy. I didn't know that. It experienced a 4% loss of its total glacier. Switzerland, I guess it makes sense. What other country would have the most? I guess Italy would be the no. Yeah, I guess. Sweden? I don't think Sweden has glaciers. Does Sweden have glaciers? Hey, Rafa Mari, what's up? Yeah, in the north, but like not like glaciers, right? It's just like, well, it's frozen because it's in the north. You know? What is the definition of a glacier? I guess in my mind, glaciers are really tall mountains that are in areas where basically the snow melts at the bottom, but it doesn't melt at the top because it's so high up. But then what happens if there's like a small mountain, but it's all the way up in the north? Is that then also considered a glacier? Because obviously there's ice. Like, what is the North Pole then? Is that a glacier? You know what I mean? Is Greenland a glacier? Wait, I have to Google this now. We need to ask a glaciologist. Okay. A glacier is a persistent body of dense ice of a form of rock that is constantly moving downhill under its own weight. A glacier forms where the accumulation of snow exceeds its ablation over many years, often centuries. It acquires distinguished features such as crevices and seracs as it slowly flows and deforms under stress induced by its weight. As it moves, it abrades rock and debris from its substrate to create landforms such as cirques, moraines, and fjords. Alright. On Earth, 99% of glacial ice is contained within vast ice sheets, also known as continental glaciers, in the polar regions. But glaciers may be found in mountain ranges on every continent other than the Australian mainland. Wow, Australia doesn't have any glaciers. Wow. Oceanic island. Oh, New Zealand, of course, yeah. Himalaya, Andes. Wait, in Africa, they have glaciers in Africa? In East Africa, I didn't know that. That's cool. Pakistan has more glacial ice than any other country outside of the polar regions. Really? I didn't know that. Pakistan? Huh. Crazy. Glaciers cover about 10% of Earth's land. Greenland and Patagonia also have huge expanses of continental glaciers. The volume of glaciers, not including the ice sheets of Antarctica and Greenland, has been estimated at 170k cubic kilometers. Glacial ice is the largest reservoir of fresh water on Earth, holding with ice sheets about 69% of the world's fresh water. I mean, that makes sense, but that's still a lot of water. Types. Classification by size, shape, and behavior. Thermally, a temperate glacier is a melting point throughout the year. Formation, structure, motion, fracture zone, and cracks. Speed. Geography. Subantarctic island. Mountain glaciers are widespread, especially in the Andes, the Himalayas, the Rocky Mountains, the Caucasus, the Scandinavian mountains, and the Alps. Apparently, there are Scandinavian mountains. The Scandies. The Scandies is what you call them? It's a mountain range that runs through the Scandinavian peninsula. The western side of the mountains drop precipitously into the North Sea and Norwegian Sea, forming the fjords of Norway, whereas the northeast. Bulgaria, with a latitude, is the southernmost glacial mass in Europe. Bulgaria has glaciers? Oh my god. This is crazy. Today I learned so many things. Oh, Kilimanjaro. Okay, that makes sense, of course. Mount Kenya? In the Rwenzori Mountains. Rwenzori Mountains. Range of mountains in eastern equatorial Africa. On the border between Uganda and Congo. The highest peak is 5K. What? Mount Stanley? Oh my goodness. Man, the amount of things we're learning today. When I say we, I mean me. Mount Stanley consists of 2 twin summits and several lower peaks. The Margarita Peak. Ooh, margaritas. And the Great Tooth. We must explore the world. Guys, so many IRL streams to do. We have to go to Mount Stanley. The peak and several other surrounding peaks are high enough to support glaciers. Crazy. Lake Reservoir in Uganda, a crater lake located in Uganda. The lake is among several lakes found in the Uganda. I need to Google this lake. Lake Risongo. Damn, that's kind of cool. It's so cool. Do we go there? Damn. Nice lake. Cute, cute. There's monkeys. And by monkeys, I mean gorillas. Hey there, Jin, what's up? Okay, sorry, that was enough about glaciers. Let's play video games. Wait, now to Google which country has the most glaciers in Europe? List of glaciers in Europe. There's so many. Look at that. Austria has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Bulgaria has 2. I didn't know Bulgaria has 2 glaciers. The Bansky Suhodol Glacier. Oh, this is the southernmost in Europe. Let's see this one. Sneznica. Cool. The glacier lies at an elevation between 2.4 and 2.48? That is so low. How do you have a glacier at that? Wait, how do you have a glacier at that altitude in such a southern location? Sneznica has existed continuously since at least the Little Ice Age, when it presumably reached a maximum of 0.93 hectares. It's estimated more than 500 years. Despite low precipitation and a relatively high and increasing annual mean temperature. I don't get it. Do we have any glaciologists in chat? How can there be a glacier 2K above sea level? That's crazy. Yeah, there says that there's even 2 lower. In Albania and in Montenegro. This glacier exists well below the true snow line and is sustained by avalanching snow. Huh, this is 2,400. So I guess it's just like some sort of, maybe it's some sort of like crater or like basically just like a hole where from all sides the avalanches come in and they have nowhere to go. And then that's just how it happens? Is that how it works? I guess so. That's interesting. It's regarded one of the toughest and most dangerous climbs in the Albanian Alps. Damn, we gotta go up there, guys. The summit is 5 kilometers from the border with Montenegro between the valleys of... In part, the whole floor between the valley of Valbonne is known as the... Additionally, borders... Cirque is a large rocky peak of dolomitic limestone. There's almost no vegetation there. North, east, and west of the mountaintop is in a great cirque from that in the glacial periods when these were most extensive than today. Today, northern meters in the Interesting. What is a cirque? I don't even know how to pronounce this. It is French. From circus. Wait, then I probably pronounced it correctly. It's an amphitheater-like valley formed by glacial erosion. Alternatively, names for this landform are corrie, from Scottish Gaelic, meaning a pot or a cauldron, and CWM, Welsh for valley, pronounced cum. Perfect. Beautiful. Alright, let's play video games. We've heard enough. We've heard enough. We've heard enough. It all led to this. So. Alright, I have to put my hearts into Dalaran, but I keep forgetting about it. I don't know why it's an undermine, it makes no sense. All right. Did you guys get anything good in your vault this week? The previous glacier was also called Fat Tax? What the hell? Let's not talk about it. Oh, that bad, huh? What's my item level now? 674. Ugh. How many valor points do I have? Oh! Wow. One full upgrade, guys. We can do one full upgrade. We could even upgrade a ring or something if we wanted to. Crazy.
If needed, I will answer it all.
If I get this trading post quest one more time, Blizzard, I don't care about your trading post. Stop trying to make me do it. Unbelievable. Think twice. And paradise. A 20 floodgates. You think I can do that? I'm queuing up. I'm sure I'm sure they'll invite me. Man, I just really don't like this song right now. I'm gonna skip this. Cinder Brew. I just really... What is your most hated key right now, guys? What's the dungeon you just really don't want to do? Metal, really? Interesting. Medals in pucks? Oh. Well, I play all my keys in pucks. I guess Metal in pucks is a bit annoying with the skips. Yeah, if you do Metal without skips, it's kind of meh. And if you do with skips, you just know it's gonna mess up somehow. Metal is just boring. Yeah, maybe that too. It's a bit cold. Let me find my sweater. Apparently it's supposed to be really warm tomorrow. I'm super excited for it. Tomorrow and Saturday is supposed to be really, really nice. Yeah, I did actually make it to the pharmacy yesterday. I got my 12-euro throat gummies, whatever they are. Didn't really help though, because I woke up today with a sore throat and my head hurt, so guess I wasted my 12 euros. There's 0 mythic rates during the day. That is true. What I ate today, I had some scrambled eggs in the morning, some tuna and some spinach, and some feta cheese. That was delicious. And then for lunch I had salmon and broccoli and rice. It was also delicious. So, bit of pain. I wouldn't mind a resilient floodgate key. Sounds good to me. Oh, we got invited. Let's go. Okay, let me port. I just got flashback by the glaciers. The glaciers are staring me down. Alright, let's do this, guys. Let's do this. Did you check some weights today? What do you mean, check some weights? Is it true that for your Tuscany trip, David will have a bike with like a sidecar for you to sit in? Dude, I wish. I could just look around then and have a great time drinking some wine. Could you imagine? It's like a sidecar, it's like sipping my wine. My choice. Apparently it's my choice who we're inviting. Whoa, that's too much pressure on me. Oh, God. Oh, my God. I don't know. We need a mage, I guess. I can't queue because... Why did Giovanni? Oh my God. Now I have this image in my head where I'm just cycling through the like hills of Tuscany. Well, David is cycling and I'm just like, you know, sitting next to him. And I have like a board with like cold cuts, you know. Like there's some salami on there, some Giovanni, some nice cheeses, glass of wine, looking over the hills. Beautiful. That's totally how our trip is gonna look like next week, guys. Oh my God, it's already next week. So excited. I'm even excited for the car trip too. I'm excited for everything. Everything happening from here on out is amazing. Tomorrow, global finals, MDI. Very fucking cool. Then, nice weather apparently tomorrow too, and Saturday too. And then Monday, car trip. I'm excited for the car trip even. And then, I'm fucking Tuscany. How cool is that? Giovanni was pretty mid. Pretty mid. I'm not a big salami fan anyway. According to Google, bicycles with sidecars do exist. I mean, they do, yeah. They're mostly used for dogs, but we can just skip that part. How long will I stay in Tuscany? For 2 weeks in total. I'm super excited. It's gonna be so good. Also, tomorrow, you know how I said I'm gonna do like a IRL stream? But something really exciting came in. A sponsor that I previously, the first sponsor that I actually got myself, I'm not sure if you guys remember, but some time ago, I took over my own like sponsor stuff, where I was like, you know, negotiating with sponsors or whatever, which was really scary, because I'm horrible at negotiating. Some sponsor comes to me and says, "Hey, Naguura, would you like to advertise our product for €5?" And I would be like, "Yeah, sure, that sounds great." So anyway, it was really scary. And then the very first sponsor I got was Core Punk. And it was actually really cool because the game was really fun. I don't know if you guys remember it. It's like an MMORPG, but like kind of mixed with a MOBA. So it's a very interesting game style. And I played it back then for the sponsor stream. And they contacted me again because apparently they really liked my sponsor segment, which is so exciting. They came back. Apparently I did a pretty good job. So let's fucking go. So they messaged me, and it was a little bit all short notice because they asked if I could do a sponsor stream next week. But I can't because I'm in Tuscany. And then I said, well, I could do one on Friday this week. And they were like, yeah, sure. And I was like, oh shit, really?
Five,
But yeah, so we're doing that
4,
tomorrow.
3,
And I think I'm also
2,
going to prepare the bike
1.
too. So I think tomorrow we do a half IRL stream, half gaming stream. So first we're going to prep the bike. We're going to clean the bike, prep the bike, get some, do some packing and stuff for the Tuscany trip. And then we're going to hike to the office. And then we're going to play some Core Punk. That's the plan. So yeah, even tomorrow is going to be amazing. I mean, of course, tomorrow's going to be amazing. Tomorrow's Friday. How could Friday not be good? And I'm going to the hairdresser tomorrow too. I'm gonna get my color, like my roots, a little bit refreshed because they're all, you know, messed up. And I probably cut my hair a little bit. My hair is clearly a little bit of a mess. Oh my god, that hurt. I trust my hairdresser. We'll see what she wants to do. Probably just cut my like the bangs like a little bit shorter, so it actually, you know, looks like something. And then just cut the hair generally a little bit, but not too much. It's probably, no one will probably notice that I went to the hairdresser. I'll come back from the hairdresser tomorrow and people will not know that I went. What the fuck, Affliction Warlock? I know, right? Kill this guy before a tank dies. Oh, that mortal strike. Look at that. Oof. I'm so glad you mentioned the Babyliss hairdryer brush. I love it so much. Thank you. You bought it? I'm so glad you like it. That's so cool. Initially, when I first used it, I didn't immediately like it because I had blowed around my hair and I looked like a 90s like I looked like a 90s chick, honestly, like from Sex and the City or something. I don't know. But then when I played around with it a little bit, it does work really well. And it's also super, super nice for my bangs. I keep using it like every day, almost. Also, the 90s chic hairstyle is also nice too, so. Sometimes I do still go for the 90s chic look. It's a good look to have. Yeah, you get so much volume from it, yeah. God, Theater Pain sucks, doesn't it? At least we found a route where you can skip 2 mini-bosses. That's something, I guess. It makes it slightly less annoying. I was gonna say, don't be knocking the 90s. That was peak humanity. Honestly, true. The 90s were great. Dude, I was such a big Christina Aguilera and Britney Spears fan. Oh,
5,
love them.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh! Thank you so much for Prime. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you, I'm Goo, for the 18 months. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Wait, did it just say sub with Prime, or did it say the months too? Ah, because the Prime is overwriting the resub. Is that how it works? Well, that sucks. I'll change. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Kuros. Wait. Hello? Ah, I see.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We just changed the alerts. To be like the Twitch alerts. So if the alerts are a little bit different and the sounds are different and stuff, then that's why. In case you're wondering. And we switched to the Twitch alerts because they have these like cool interactions with the whole website, which is kind of interesting. Where you can have like emotes go all over the screen and stuff. So I was thinking it might be worth to switch to that one. I'm gonna rest before it's too late.
Fight for glory!
Fight for glory.
My blade knows no equal. Cower before my might.
Thank you, Mgu. Have a nice day yourself. Thank you so much for the resub. Whoa. Holy Jesus Christ. That was close.
You! Show me what you can do. My blade knows no equal.
I don't have much damage to this one here, apparently. I'm trying. I'm trying.
My strength. My strength. Fight for glory.
Alright, Dragar.
My blade
Whoever.
knows no equal.
Wow, I can't even get through the shield. Okay, I think I lose, guys. Oh no, the warlock at the buff and then died. Oh, wait, now everyone's dead. Wait a second. Who are we resting? Guess the DK.
Fight for glory.
Fight for glory.
Fall before the storm.
Alright, can we do this? Can we do this? Oh shit. Oh, this is not good. I'm just gonna go on the boss. Fuck this banner. The healer's gonna get sent down now, right?
My strength.
I'll be resetting, okay.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
I tire of easy victories.
Well, we tried. Did you rest the DK because the luck killed you in a duel? Maybe.
How fare your battles? At ease.
The boot camp begins in half an hour. Or whenever Bansherz wakes up. It is a little bit of a ungodly hour for him, I think. So I'm gonna make I'm not gonna be very strict. Like I'm not gonna give him a bad review just because he's not here. I'm gonna think about it though. Maybe I do write a bad review on Google. you need it late and it's free. And no, we're not doing any kind of hunter coaching. We're gonna talk about doing in classes like off meta spec in regards to like LFG, pugging, and also like organized group. Hey Farfa. Is he teaching you hunter? Man, he should be teaching me hunter actually, now that I think about it. Maybe that would have been a better idea. I don't know what's going on with my Spotify, guys, but it has been filled with German songs. There was like one German song I listened to that I kind of liked. And then Spotify was like, well, I guess you just love German songs. I guess I'm going to fill your Spotify with German songs now. Thanks, Spotify algorithm. Okay, this is better. We're clubbing now. In a really like lying low club, you know? This is more of a cool people club. Not a soup going wild club. This is more like a very reserved club that we're in right now.
5, 4.
It's like the head nodding club.
2, 1.
That type, you know? The Tuesday night club, yep, that one.
Welcome, one and all, to
The theater of pain.
the theater of pain. It seems these upstarts think they can compete with the planets in all of America. I'll believe it when I see it. By the way, this should prove entertaining. Bring in the challengers.
Wow. Dude, Deflection Warlock's pumping. Look at them go. Yeah, just let me in, let me in. What the hell? I want some of this SLT as well. No, our Warlock friend died. Come back, friend, come back.
My greatest
liked that episode. I thought he made a lot of really solid points. Congrats on being a dad. Oh, congrats on being a dad, Farfa! Also, like, which episode we're talking about? Of course, I am an avid bench listener. That's, that might be a slight exaggeration, but I do definitely enjoy the bench once in a while. Which episode were we talking about? Oh, fuck me! That was some damage. I had bark skin up, I think. But I think I was shot. And then brutalized. Okay, I guess this Earth Crusher just almost one-shots me from 100 to 0 anyway. Help me! Heal me! Oh my god! Oh my goodness. Maybe I'll survive the next one. Oh! Okay. This is the typical bear form after the damage happens. Reaction time. Does this do physical damage? Like, does it not? It's called Earth Crusher or whatever. Like, it must be doing physical damage, no? Why does it do so much damage to me? You know how much armor I have? Is this one of those things that just pierces armor? Because it can. Because why would armor work on anything? Is it one of those spells? It does do physical damage. Maybe armor really doesn't work on it though. Yeah, there's absolutely no way armor works on that.
5, 4.
Oh, I already roared. I already roared.
2,
I already roared.
1.
Mister! We made it, guys. We made it. Woo! Everything worked as planned, guys. Nothing to see here. Oh, the one about pugging. Oh, I see. I guess I have to check that one out because I did not watch that one. Next time I need to eat or go AFK or whatever, and we need to find content to watch. Remind me to watch the pugging bench episode. Gross. Yeah, this might be depleted already, considering that we have 7 deaths.
You had best make this interesting. My blade knows no equal. Can you match my strength?
Oh, the double.
Show me what you can do. Fall before the storm.
This is a Linkin Park song. Why on earth does my twin moons never work on this banner? Somebody tell me. It's messed up. I still forgot to change the icon from my Naguura. It's so ugly.
My blade knows no equal.
You did not read the last patch notes. This is a very correct assessment. Yes, I indeed am not reading patch notes. Good assessment. Unless Dreadnought reads them to me. That's the only way I consume patch notes. Is if Dreadnought reads them to me. Twin Moons doesn't work on banners? Yeah, but why not? Like... I'm not arguing that it's not working as intended. I'm arguing that I don't like that it works that way. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Because I said so. Yeah, and I don't like it. Is that okay? Am I allowed to not like that? Is it allowed to have that opinion? No? Okay. Okay. Sorry. My bad.
Show me what you can do.
My bad, my bad. I will change my opinion accordingly to please you. I love that Twin Moose doesn't work on banners. Love that. Keep it up, keep it up.
Our challengers have passed the first trial, but they're still a long way from the
I recently started playing Balance Druid. Your UI looks very good. Is there a place where I could find the Naguura you're using and resetting and the settings for playter? My UI is currently sub only, so you will either have to subscribe on my Twitch channel to get the UI, or you need to bribe another subscriber of mine to share the profile with you. I would prefer if you just would subscribe, but you know. I am not the police, so I cannot arrest you if you're bribing us another sub instead. Inhale, thank you so much for bribe. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Artist, thank you so much for 3 months. Welcome back. Thank you so much. I'll give a sub $1,000 for the UI. Ooh, I see the businessman in the chat. Uh-huh. Kind of bad plater, if you ask me. Excuse you. What's bad about it? I'm waiting. Sixers! Sixers, thank you so much for the 5 sub gifts. Thank you so much. Oh my god. We got a scam trade. Let's fucking go. Let's scam it up. Let's make sure we reach the highest scam tier that we possibly can. So we gain absolutely nothing. Yay! Thank you, Stixers. Welcome, everybody. Make sure y'all say thank you to Stixers. We're gonna stop gifted. Thank you, thank you. And hello, Stixers. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good Thursday so far. Wow. Zombie lady? Oh my god, yesterday my brother told me, since I'm gonna be in Tuscany, right? And I'm gonna go to Volterra. And apparently Volterra is the town or city where they were shooting some of the Twilight scenes. Where there's like this like place where like the like old vampires or whatever were like looking down from the balcony, you know, from the meme. The one meme, the picture that is being used for like a million memes. Where people are looking down on you, you know? Oh my god, I'm gonna have to take a picture there. Smash you to pieces. I am in Moonkin form. I have a glyph that is called Glyph of Stars. And it makes your Moonkin form look like some sort of like astral form. Aye. Fire Reflection Warlock is down, guys. Man down, man down. No escape. Oh wow. Are we doing this key or are we gone? Because if we complete this, I'm gonna be late for my bootcamp. Well, to be fair, I guess Bansherz could just join as we're doing this and comment on this and deplete. Wow. Stop jumping on me when I'm dodging the fucking chains. Hey Naval, what's up? Uh-oh. Ow! I jumped back in! Oh! Dude, I literally walked back into... Like, he almost missed me, and then I just walked back in to make it easier for him. I was like, come here, buddy. You lived at 1%, hey, Bansherz. 1% is all you need. If you survive, there's no difference between 1% and 100%. Alright, I think we're done. Nice try, TY. I saw you're going cycling in Tuscany. It's a beautiful area. You will love it. Yeah, I have been there already before. In like, you know, around the area. It is definitely very pretty. And the food, it's so good. I'm most excited about the food. Isn't that a Priscaglia thing in Switzerland? They don't do poop competitions in South Tyrol? What? I'm so confused. I heard about something on Insta. Do you have some inside information on that? Is that where the landslide came down? I don't have any inside information. Like this was in Switzerland, and I live in Südtirol, which is in northern Italy. So yeah, it's like somewhat geographically close by-ish, but still not very like I don't know anything more than anyone else. Oh, it's not that. It's not the landslide. A mountain event. Okay. Googling. What? A competition where you poop on a mesh and they weigh your crap? But why? I'm confused. So you're taking a shit, and then they weigh it, and then what? And then what? Like the one that weighs the most wins, or what do you win? Also, what's the strategy? What do you eat And what do you do for your poop to weigh the most? I'm intrigued. You know, poop for a while, I suppose, and then drink a lot of laxatives. Yeah, but your diarrhea wouldn't be weighing very much. Is there a meta? Yeah, I'm wondering. Is there a tier list I can follow? Any guides? Probably something that takes a long time to digest and sticks together the day before and hold it. I like your way of thinking, White Dragon. That's probably a strategy I would go for. Which foods take the longest to digest? Deep fried foods, processed foods, and full-fat dairy. Sounds like a delicious meal, honestly. Additionally, high-protein foods such as red meat and complex carbohydrates like whole grains can also take longer to digest. I'm currently speaking to AI, so all of this could be wrong information. But yeah, if Bansherz is here, if you're ready, you can join me whenever you feel like it. I'm glad we're going from poop talk to a plus bootcamp. This is a very good intro. We should include this conversation in a YouTube video. Hello. Hello, hello. I'm good. How are you doing? I'm sorry about that. What's the time for you? Wait, you say that again because I didn't hear you. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm also intrigued about the meta. What is the time for you right now? Oh, okay, so it's not that bad. Oh, okay. Let me fix the sound to make sure everyone can hear you. So, can you say something?
Hello. Hi, chat.
Can you hear him just fine? Too quiet, too loud? Perfect. Okay, good. And I'm gonna turn the music down for me a little. Oh, that's too much. Okay, another test 1, 2, 3, please.
Hello, testing 1, 2, 3.
Are we good now, guys? Or is anything louder, anything lower? You're wearing your ears? Yeah, I am. Can you hear? Perfect. All right. Good, good, good. Well, first of all, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate that on such short notice and with different time zones.
Mm-hmm. No worries.
And before we start, I wanted to ask if you could quickly introduce yourself to all the viewers. And of course, since this is in a Plus Bootcamp and the coaches here are handpicked, not everyone is actually allowed to be a coach, right? So we have to see if you actually have the achievements and the experience to actually be a coach. So make sure you give your all and make sure you tell me all of your achievements because, you know, maybe you're not good enough. We're going to have to see.
Sure. So I started in like original classic when I was really young. I played up until Wrath as a casual and quit for a while. I came back right during BFA pre-patch, so like the very tail end of Legion start of BFA. And my first like big season was season 3 of BFA, where I was like top 6 hunters, and then I've kind of just been top 10 hunter since that season. So like the last like 6 to 7 years. I also raid in a top 60-ish world guild. I've been in the same guild since then too. So we've climbed ranks from like 300 world all the way to 60 world. I'm an officer in it. And yeah, I play all 3 specs. And one of the things I pride myself in is I try to get rank 1 of all 3 specs like by the end of the season. So that's fun.
Oh, that's actually really cool. I didn't know that. Do you get it most of the time? Depends, I guess, how good the specs are.
Yeah, it depends. Usually I'm in like the top 5-ish of all of them. And then usually I'm like also top 5 hunters. So works out.
Very, very cool. All right, I think I'm going to let that slide. I think your position as a coach has been accepted.
That's good.
All right, very cool. So in today's episode, I guess I was thinking that we can focus on off-spec stuff a little bit, since obviously you're playing Hunter all of the time, even like no matter if it's meta or not. When it comes to M+, I was thinking we can split it a little bit into just like puck experiences as like a non-meta class. And then later we can also talk a little bit about organized group play, since obviously you've also played in organized groups before, and then that's obviously going to be approached a little bit differently compared to pugging. So, but I'm sure there's some people that are watching that also have off-meta comps that they're playing with their friends and whatnot, and then I'm sure it would help to see how you're approaching that kind of gameplay too. But I think the most interest is going to be people that just want to pug somehow as an off-meta class, and they just never get invited to anything. And I'm not sure that you can help with that, but I do think that getting a little bit more insight on what your like approach is to M+ when you are pugging, and what you can do as an off-meta class to kind of increase the chances of getting invited, and maybe just perform well when you do actually get invited. I think that might help some people here and there. So I was thinking I'll just queue up some dungeons, and you just, watch. Don't necessarily have to comment on the dungeon, but maybe if I'm joining an off-meta group where there's some classes in there that are not necessarily meta, then that might be ideal. And if there's something in particular about the dungeon that I'm doing where there's like a cool hunter thing that you know about, or generally just things that you know about. So let's say I do a dungeon and there's like a typical skip that you always do with the meta group, that is like part of like every comp and every route. But for whatever reason, in the off-meta group you can't do it, then you can maybe mention something about that and see if there's any alternatives if you don't have that class or the other class or whatever. If you're down with that.
Yeah, sure. That sounds good. About like LFGing as a hunter, it's always really hard because, well, one thing, you have to see what is already in the group, because you can kind of flex into like there's fizz groups and stuff. So like if you see like a warrior, a monk, stuff like that, then you can like really slot into those. Usually they're more inclined to invite you. And another thing is like if you see they don't have a lust, that's also a really good way to like get invited too. So you can kind of feel like maybe that's a group that's like basically the meta group, but there's no mage. You can kind of slot into that too sometimes.
Is there, sorry to interrupt, is there sometimes, like, do some people forget that hunters have lust? Because I feel like there's times.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you like write it
Often.
sometimes into your note or something?
I used to, yeah. A lot of people, especially MM, a lot of people assume that MM can't lust for some reason.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess if you do, especially in lower key levels, because I assume if you do higher keys, then most people are aware that hunters can lust. But maybe on lower key levels, people aren't as aware of other classes and what they can do. So maybe writing in there that you have a lust in a note or something would make sense. But I think it's a good point that you're making with the physical comp. And I guess this would also apply to other like physical damage of meta classes, like any kind of melee that isn't an unholy DK or whatever. What should they be looking for? Like which classes would synergize well with physical focused damage dealers?
Yeah, I actually see a fizz group forming in your LFG right now. There's like a monk in there. Yeah, so like there's always, no matter what the meta is, you can kind of always pick classes that synergize with you. So like even if like for whatever reason the magic comp's not good, which has been like the meta for so long, but it's like the demon hunter, the mage, like the boomkin, shadow priest, or healer priest kind of just like fits in there. Those classes always work together. So like if you're one of those, you could like no matter what the meta is, you can still kind of play together and do well. And then for Fizz, it would be like warrior and monk are like the bread and butter because they're just 5% damage each. And then into that, you can kind of slot in any melee. We play in my like main group. It's Fury Warrior, Outlaw Rogue, and Marksman Hunter, and those are like the Fizz like oriented like of the three there. But it's a bunch of options. You can play Brewmaster as the tank. You can have Bear as the tank. Prot Warrior. I think Prot Warrior is like really OP right now. Like I think it's a little underrated. And then healers like we play Mistweaver, but you could have had the Resto Druid do it. Could have as a Windwalker. All these sort of different things. Yeah, there's also the meta to take into account. So like I don't know, maybe Assassination Rogue is just the best version of Rogue. You try and look for those more than other types of rogues maybe that season or something.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, oh shit, I got invited to a not physical god comp. God damn it, because I feel like a Moonkin would kind of slot in somewhat nicely, right? Because of Market of Wilds, I guess. If you don't have another druid, so it's not like the end of the world to bring a caster. But I guess those groups that are queued up disagreed.
Yeah, the Dark Flame. You got into basically the meta comp. It's good.
Yeah, doing an off-meta episode and I joined a meta group. Perfect.
Let's see. Dark Flame's a really good druid key. You saw in the MDI there was a team that played in the time trials with a Resto Druid and a Boomkin, and they double dipped on druids just to get more Urstal Vortexes at the start, I think, to like make all the groupings.
You think that's why?
I think so.
Yeah, because they also played, I think Mandatory played 2 druids as well, but they mainly, or they played Resto Druid at least. But I think that was just because Mode likes playing Resto Druid, I guess. But yeah, Vortex is really good, yeah. So what's the, like in DFC in particular, is there anything that you, like when you play physical comp, is there something that you have to really pay attention to or like watch out for? I guess we can talk about this as we go through, right? Like, because I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that you want to do differently, but so like one major thing, if I join a group, let's say, and I'm a hunter, and maybe the group just links a standard route, would there be something that you want to point out where it's like, oh, can we actually just do this instead because that works better, or is it the standard route fine usually?
Let me think. In Dark Flame in particular, it's pretty much the same cookie cutter route that I think you would do everywhere with Hunter. The one thing I do recommend, so Hunter's really squishy, and I think Boomkins could take advantage of the same thing. But like in that like second area with like the 3 guys who like pulse the explosions, and there's the 2 guys you kick, and there's like a lot of like bonks on the ground. There's like this big pillar that you jump off of at the start. A lot of people, if you could ask your tank to tank near it so that like you could line every single explosion, it's pretty OP. Or at least ones that you think might kill you.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So how is Hunter survivability actually? So generally,
I always
not that hot right now?
I describe it as like mage, but there's no mass barrier, and then like it's kind of the same otherwise.
Okay.
So you have like 3 buttons that you kind of just rotate, and then you have acceleration. That's just like a small heal. It's like renewal, I guess. And then you have like a wall, a turtle, and then you have bear. So you have like 3 little buttons, and then yeah.
Yeah, I mean, who needs mass barrier? It's not that good.
Yeah.
I guess you can also do like a bunch of niche things with Hunter utility, like somewhat similar to mage stuff with feign death and whatnot.
4, 3.
Oh,
2,
this last boss is really OP on Hunter. You can feign death every single time the boss does the circle on someone. You can feign it every single time.
True, that is
on you.
actually sick. So how is Hunter when it comes to AoE cap? Because I know like you're somehow like you have some sort
Yeah,
of cap, but I don't know
so
how it works.
this time it's since MM's the like OP one. Our main damage is 6 target capped, but we have some uncapped elements. In this pull with like the Overseer, it's really nice to have like, if everything's really tightly stacked, it's really OP for us. Because some of our damage is like small explosions around our targets. And so the closer they're stacked like they're like that, after that vortex hits, like I can do some like big damage on them.
How close is that explosion? Is it like...
I think it's either 5 or 8 yards around my target.
Okay, so it's somewhat close.
Yeah, but it's really good. This season that's the tier set, like your explosive shots are stronger. If you ever see like MM hunters like do like insane damage in a pull, they probably got like good procs.
Yeah, that's also something I heard about, like the proc thing, that you guys are like very proc dependent. Does that ever like really affect your keys?
No, but sometimes it'll just make a really hard pull. We'll like Titan Forge it. It'll just all of a sudden be really easy because I got like a lot of procs. But we don't really plan around it.
So you plan around like having normal procs, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. How does binding shot work for these overseers? I guess not really that well.
There's hero talent for the specs with pets, so survival and BM, that make it so that there's an Ursul's vortex whenever you bind. And so it's really OP in here if you're those two. But MM, it just stuns them when they get to like the apex of the binding, and so like it's not too great. Sometimes they'll like get knocked into a pact and then just still pull it or something.
Yeah, okay. And how do you get binding shot? Like, is that like this? Is the talent like weird to get, or do you just like generally?
You should
have it?
You should always have it.
Okay.
It's like pretty in the middle of everything.
Is there certain dungeons where like this physical god comp in particular is doing well? Because one of the dungeons I saw people look for specifically melee and like physical class a lot was like Theater of Pain.
Yeah, I think Theater's a cool dungeon this season because I feel like the meta comp is like not as oppressive in there. So like you can kind of play whatever because it's mostly single target and stuff. And I feel like classes are more balanced around that kind of profile. But yeah, I actually recently got the highest damage like in the world in a theater key. I was like 300 or 400k ahead of the next DPS, which was like an arcane mage.
Wait, that's sick.
Yeah, MM. That's like I think it's MM's best dungeon. I think we're also really good at like Rookery, like the smaller target count ones, and then we kind of fall off in like the Cinder Brews and stuff.
You just generally fall off on like whenever there's like bigger AoE, I guess.
Yeah.
How are you at target switching? Like for this boss, for example, for the cards.
I would say I usually pool for it. I would say like normally we're not like the strongest compared to some specs at least, but we can always, if I'm in cooldowns, we'll destroy it. And we kind of like cycle my cooldown for some cart sets. Like every like, I think it's every like 4th cart I just delete.
Okay.
And then my group's like in charge of the other 3. So I'm a little more limp out of the cooldowns.
It's not too bad, I guess.
Yeah.
So when you're packing, do you always join physical like god comp keys, or do you also like sometimes get invited to like meta groups?
I usually try to play with off meta groups because I don't know. Those are usually the people that like either watch me or like they know the strength of Hunter and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so it's cool. It's cool to play with them because they're like, oh, whoa, like that's like the Fizz guy. That's just cool. It's fun.
Okay, that makes sense. So basically, what you're saying, for other people that play off-meta specs, to get invited to keys, all you have to do is become a very famous streamer, and then they'll invite you.
It's the secret. Sometimes, so actually another thing about MM, there's two variations right now that you can play, like two hero talents. There's Dark Ranger, which makes you have like really good single target and really good prio. And so I'll play that if like the group doesn't have an Arcane Mage, and if they already have an Arcane Mage and they invite me, then I'll play Sentinel, which is like a more AoE patty version. You're kind of more like Unholy DK profile kind of.
Okay.
And so you can play either version depending on like what invites you, and like what you need to fill for the group.
Ah, okay, that's actually
That's
really
kinda cool.
cool. I think
Yeah.
that's also like a good tip to give to other people, like no matter if you play Hunter or not. I guess it's not really possible for every single spec in the game, but there's quite a few specs that can focus slightly more on AoE and slightly more on single target with their talents. And I think a lot of people kinda just want to go out full AoE basically, because that was what does the most AoE damage and the most like details damage. But I think it would make a lot more sense if you already have two like super heavy AoE classes. If you're not like if your class is not necessarily the best at AoE, then focusing a little bit more on single target if you already have, let's say, an Unholy DK and a Moonkin, would make a lot of sense, right?
Yeah. Hard agree.
And then maybe just say it in chat too, so people don't flame you.
Yeah.
Just before the key starts, make sure you guys say, hey, I see we have like so much AoE already, I'm gonna focus a little bit more on single target. Because
Yeah.
otherwise people might just flame you overall, depending on your key level that you're in.
Yeah, the cool difference. So in Dark Flame, a lot of groups they struggle with Candle King. Like maybe like they can't heal it, or I don't know, something goes haywire and it goes south, and it's a really easy boss to wipe on. This is a dungeon where I'll pull out Dark Flame, especially if I'm Dark Ranger, especially if I'm pugging, because you can finish that boss at like almost 3 million single target if you play it there. And since that's like the part that's gonna wipe your group, maybe, then that's like a good time to pull it out.
The Dark Rangers that like single target, I think you played that as well in the MDA at some point, right?
Yeah, I did it for the Rookery. It makes the last boss, our 3 phase, is like reliable
Yeah, true.
when I do it. Yeah, in my coordinated group, I play the AoE one in this dungeon because we have like that boss so mapped out cooldown wise that I don't need the extra single target for that one. But it's a nice thing if you're pugging to see like, oh, like I really need this 17 Dark Flame, for example, that you're in. Like I would have probably like played Dark Ranger in here just to destroy that boss. Make sure that's the only hard part, right? So.
Okay, that makes sense. I guess one thing to notice well about all of this is that generally, if you play off meta, then I guess you kind of need to be slightly more knowledgeable about the dungeons and about maybe also what like other classes can do. And I guess that's always true, because meta always has it a little bit easier to get invited, has a little bit easier with everything, because you can just play the meta routes and the meta everything, and you'll just have all of the information laid out for you. Well, if you play off meta, you have to do like a lot of your own like research and your own work. But I guess that's just kind of what you have to do if you want to stick to your spec or your class.
One cool tip here is that candle behind you is actually a line spot, so you can always line it if like things go haywire too. Like so, we had a pull here where the CC chain got messed up, and so we all just lined.
Ah, okay, nice. So I guess it would also be nice generally to tank this somewhat close to the candle in case something like that happens.
Yeah. Yeah. Whenever I'm pugging, I try to like abuse line of sight as much as I can, because like you never know what kind of healer you have and like how attentive they are, or just like whoever doing the CCs might mess up, like maybe they make a mistake, and then you can just counter it by like, you know, always lining or whatever.
I guess another thing about playing a class that isn't like super played a lot, like sometimes healers just literally just don't know what kind of abilities or defensives you guys have, right? Like,
Yeah.
there will be healers who know exactly what a mage can do and what a Mugen can do or whatever, but they have no idea what a hunter can do. Or maybe they don't even display some of their cooldowns either.
Mm-hmm.
So TLDR, never trust your healer.
Yeah.
For this dungeon, well, okay, maybe we shouldn't be moving forward because I wanted to talk about like organized group and how you like line up your stuff. But let's focus still on like the pugging experience. First of all, I did also want to ask like how much you're even pugging at all.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something you?
It depends on the season. So this season, I pug occasionally for like stream content, but all of my IO is just with my team for the most part, or with a couple other pre-made groups that I've been invited to for fun. But this season's like a lower pug one. There are seasons in the past where I like completely pugged my title, like in Shadowlands. I think 2 of the titles I got were full pug. So.
Yeah, okay, that's actually pretty sick. Getting title fully pugging, especially if you're not necessarily meta currently, is definitely not easy.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like though, because that's something that I notice when I invite people and also when I play off meta, I feel like that sometimes when you actually do go over a certain threshold with your score, that people are more likely to invite you because they basically are impressed that you managed to get that score with that spec or with that class. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like sometimes you'll see like you'll put it up like your key and you'll see like a 3400 feral and then like a 3400 mage and you're just like, wow, like that maybe that feral worked way harder, you know, like to get in or something.
So another tip for you guys, after you've become famous streamers, you just need to make sure you get really high radar arrow score. Because then people will invite you more.
It's
All
true.
of the good tips today.
One tip that I think is good for pugging in general, not just off meta, is like I use this add-on called friend groups that like I organize my friends list by like role. So I have like 100 DPSers in my friends list, like 100 or maybe like 50 tanks and like 50 healers. And that way when I'm LFGing, if sometimes I need like just one slot or something, or something like that, or if I open up the group finder and I see those people in keys, then I could like join really easy or something.
Wait, what is that one called?
It's called friend groups.
And what does it do exactly?
It just, you put like a hashtag next to anyone on your friends list and it groups them.
Oh,
so like,
so you can just organize your your group tab basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
so I have like a section for each role, and then I have like a section for like guildies and whatever, my team.
Okay, yeah, that's actually pretty nice. And I guess in general, when it comes to pugging, and especially as off meta, I guess, adding people more after a key, I guess.
Yeah.
Especially in like hierarchies would be a good thing. Because even though there are lots and lots of pucks usually, at least on the EU, as soon as you get to like hierarchy levels at some point, there aren't as many anymore. And if you just add people after doing run, if you felt like it was a good run, then yeah, you'll just like extend your friend group list with like a bunch of people that you can ask to join your group eventually if you want to do your own key.
It's the hard part of the key.
Yeah, so for this boss, I mean obviously I feel like this is a boss where if you have something, like if you have like a super coordinated group, then you're gonna have a much easier time. But is there some general tips you can give for this boss? If you're pugging?
Yeah, so I would always stand on the tank if possible, because the purple things, or when you're about to spawn the purple statues, because they spawn within like 8 yards of your character. And so if everyone hard stacks on the tank, they'll be grouped up, so you can pretty much get them with like 1 or 2 circles. So it's like out of this, I would like get into melee ASAP, and then now all of your statues are kind of grouped.
And I guess also like you're also further away from like the previous ones anyway.
Yeah, and you kind of slowly rotate around the room. And so if everyone understands the strat, then like whoever doesn't get the circle here could go to the next spot already and like wait there. Another thing is like as soon as the circles go away, you get a big healing absorb. So that'd be a good time to do like any self-healing, because your healer needs to catch up. There's no damage taken for like 3 seconds, and then the statues spawn after that. And so you have like a little bit of a breathing room there, but everyone has the healing absorb. But like, for example, on Hunter, I always exil right there. Like if he had renewal, I always renewal like right after the circle.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Well, unless you need to use it before to not die to the like initial damage of it, I guess, right? Yeah.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the health bars always look so scary after the AoE comes through.
Yeah.
And any kind of damage reduction on yourself, I guess you also just want to save. For like the initial hit. And any healing for after the hit.
Yeah.
And
Also,
when
if
it
you
comes
have
to like
like,
the X fixate, like what do you want to do with this one? Like just like
I always try to hit the one in the that one in the middle of the room. So you can only hit one, and so I always try to hit the one that's like the most out of position. And then there's one right there that's like kind of by the wall. That would have been sketchy to get, because if you don't get fully behind it, I see some people get hit by the pickaxe sometimes. Trying to like get up behind it, but you can't because it's like on the wall, and then it happens. And your group's like pinging one. I think that's the one they want pickaxed or something.
Yeah.
And pings are actually really OP.
Yeah, I was just about to say, speaking of pings, I guess that's something that you also want to get used to doing a lot in pugs.
Yeah.
We missed one in the back there, but I felt like I'm gonna die if I get that one, and the boss is kind of dead, so maybe it's fine if you don't get it.
So I don't know how long Bark Skin is, but I have a wall that's 8 seconds, and whenever the circles come out, I try to hit it like 8 seconds before the circle expires. It's like right before they come out, so that it hits all of the damage going into the circle like beforehand, and then right when the circle pops, that's all the damage for like a bit.
That makes
That's
sense.
a good
Bark
timing
Skin
for
is- Good question. 12 seconds. It's pretty long.
Nice.
Dark times to flee. Flee to freedom. We can use big candle cart to escape.
And this part's always fun. A lot of people do it differently, like every time I come here.
Wait, is like, do you actually mean fun, or was this like a sarcastic fun?
Fun, like I'm interested in like how your group's gonna do it, I guess. That was all. Because I see some people, like a lot of teams, they go to the very end and then wait, but a lot of groups do. I think the strat your group's doing is like they're stopping at the crossroads, and then they're gonna probably go to the next crossroads and do the same thing.
Yeah, because
But I've seen some crazy
can you explain
different
how
things.
this like works properly, like with the card and everything? Some people
Sure,
probably
yeah,
don't
so-
know still.
So the cart is at 70% right now. If it's above 80% and there's a horror in it, it'll keep moving. Also the little guys. If there's a creeper in it, it'll never move. And basically it slowly moves from the start to the end as long as there's no mobs in it, and there's different thresholds for each mob. But as long as it's above 80, it'll like always move unless there's a creeper.
If people are in it,
and
I guess.
then-
Or at least
yeah,
one
one-
person is in it.
Yeah, you need one person in it. And what like some groups do is they'll put one person in it, or maybe everyone in it except the tank, and the tank will get a candle. And so if you're not in the light at all, you actually do 99% reduced damage and healing. So you can't stay out of it for too long. Especially the tank. If the tank's ever in the darkness, like they might just die like instantly. So that's like a really scary part for the tank. Also, Hunter Flare works as a light source, so you can like throw a Hunter Flare out to save someone if they're in like a weird spot.
Oh, that is so cool. I did not know that.
Yeah.
So in case you have a hunter in your group, make sure you step into the flare in case they're trying to help you out.
Mhm.
And I guess some people also don't know that while you're holding the candle, like I guess some people know, or most people know that if you pick up the candle, you can put it into the cart. But a lot of people maybe are not aware that when you're holding the candle, then you also have the light buff on you for the duration of it, or until you put it into the cart.
Mhm.
Which is what the tank does, right? And how he gathers all of this trash without dying.
Yeah. The way we do it is we have our tank and our healer get a candle. And sometimes a melee DPS gets them too, and then I'm the one who stays in the cart as the only range in my group. And then we kind of just like kite the mobs in front of the cart the whole way. Since we're all like target capped, the strat of doing it all at once at the end that a lot of the meta groups do isn't super great for us because we are target capped, and so we're just like stuck here at the end with like a million mobs. But if we kill it slowly along the way, then we kind of get it to a manageable size by the time we get to the end.
Quick, grab some dynamite. Let's go.
Yes, I guess that would be like one of the adaptations you do for this dungeon in particular. If you have a target capped comp, that you just don't do everything at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess it would also just be slightly more manageable for the tank as well,
Do it.
to not do everything at the end.
Wait for me.
So who is the person that in your group that is allowed to slack here?
Oh, it's our healer.
Okay.
We make fun of him every time. All four of us, everyone else is doing it, and then we're just chatting the whole time.
Love that.
I actually discovered a bug earlier today. Well, apparently other people knew about it, but those little guys that you're running over, apparently they can auto you. And I got meleeed while I was in the cart. Yeah, it almost one-shot me. It was so random. Let's see. So you guys at 94.5%. You gotta do like one small pull here. There's actually two types of creepers in this area. So your tank's fighting 3 dot ones, but there's ones that have like little ZZZs above them that are sleeping, and they don't actually put dots on your tank.
Oh.
And so
okay, I don't know.
those are ones that are really good to chain onto the boss, because I guess something I forgot to mention already is MM really likes 3 targets. We get like small damage increases on like our main target, but also like we can't really cleave until there's 3 targets. So we pull the 2 sleeping guys onto the boss so that it's easy for the tank to tank them, but we get like the damage from all of that, and it's good count.
Okay, that's very cool. But
Yeah,
so
we
I
see a
guess
lot
when
of
you're
people take
cleaving
the
on
dot ones, and
3,
it's
you
scary.
still do more damage to the main target?
Yes.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah, as long as I cleave, I get like 20% aim shot damage and 20% crit damage. So it's like a nice little extra dam.
So are you trying
then-
to utilize that as much as
yeah.
possible then, if you're gonna do more single targets that way?
Yeah, that's actually why I did so much damage in our Theater of Pain. We pulled trash on every boss. I had 3 targets for Zav, Gorchop, and Kolthrock. Also, this is sketchy. I think your group is about to get
I
feared.
think we're actually gonna... do we get a candle? I'll give it.
Yeah, you're gonna probably have to get another one. I don't know who in your group's getting the candle, but when the Eternal Darkness happens, and I think you guys get it for now.
Yeah, I think the mage is
It got a little-
supposed to
it got a
get it
little hairy.
because at the start the mage said my candle, so I assumed that the mage would get it. But then maybe because he died, it didn't quite work out the way we planned.
Let's see. So yeah, so your tank is the one moving the thing, and then yeah, I guess the The mage is getting it, and the healer is getting the other one. The secret for this Eternal Darkness is he pulses 4 times, and each one's like 25% on the candle, and you need someone to put one in like right when the cast finishes. Also, you guys have 2 stacks of the dark debuff now,
Yeah, that's
so you guys all have like less health and less haste, I think, or something.
Yeah, let's see. Damage taken increased by 20%, haste reduced by 10%.
Yeah. Every time the candle hits 0, that's gonna happen.
At least we have a lot of time. As
Yeah.
long as we don't die. So who would be... I mean, I guess in a meta group, the responsible people usually for the candles are like the healer and the mage, right? But
Yeah, probably.
in your group, like, are you doing the candle or who is doing the candle in like a physical group?
Our best 2 people, so we have, so the healer, so there's 3 different times that the candle gets brought in. It's about to get brought in right here by your DK, I think. Ooh.
Oh god. Oof. Oh god. Yeah.
This is getting tough. Okay, so every slash that he just did, so he just did a frontal. Every single one of those, someone should put one in. It's probably the healer, and that's how we do it. And then during the darkness, the healer puts one in before the explosion, and then the DPS puts it in after. And our DPS that do it is either the warrior, he leaps out and charges in, or our outlaw rogue will grapple out and grapple back.
So whichever...
Because you want those like snap movements.
Yeah, so whichever class like the most mobile in a like blinky way, I guess.
Yeah.
That's why mages are so good for it, I guess.
Yeah,
I
so
think
right
we get
here's
one
what
more
happened
AoE,
again. Yeah. I'd be scared. I'd probably go get one for your group at this point. But they're about to do an Eternal Darkness
Mage
here, and
has
then...
one.
Yeah, okay, nice. And then you can meld this, that's OP.
Do you want to melt this like at the end or at the start? It does not matter.
It doesn't really matter. The boss will melee. If you milk it, then the boss won't auto, I think.
Okay.
Like during the cast.
So that's like the only upside, I guess, that there's just no autos
Yeah.
on the tank.
Yeah, and sometimes that matters if you're doing like all the sleepers and creepers on the pull. Nice.
Here we go, 14 points.
14
Oh my God.
points.
Yeah, you're doing a great job
And you
coaching
got
so
an
far.
achievement. Nice.
There's a competition between the coaches. I'm noting down all of the radar score I'm getting during these sessions, and there will be a winner at the end. There will be a coach tier list at the end.
How many have you done already?
Oof, actually a lot already. I think maybe like 8 or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, a lot of people have joined. Ooh, they want to do 17 rookery? I'm down.
Ooh, same group. That's good. That's good news.
I like it.
Yeah. So if I was
GGs,
plugging, I
enjoy
would
the
have friended all
bootcamp.
of these people.
Yeah, yeah. I guess if
Yeah.
you're not a streamer, if you're like generally just like pugging, then adding everyone would make a lot of sense here.
Yeah, especially after a successful key. Then you want to be like, oh wow, like you made a good impression on each other. It's a good time. If you deplete the key, maybe you don't friend someone.
Was rookery the dungeon where you guys were struggling a little bit at the start? Do you remember that correctly?
Yeah, that was the first day, our first key that we did on Saturday.
Yeah.
We wiped in here in the 18, and then I think we wiped in here in the 19. But we ended up getting it at a good pace, I think.
I guess rookery is also a key where there aren't like super insane pools. Like it's not too bad for a physical god comp, right?
Yeah.
The one thing I did notice though is that you guys have to like really, like there's just a lot of interrupts, which makes it quite a lot harder if you don't have all of these AoE interrupts, right? Like you just need to assign a lot of stuff, I guess.
Yeah, that's a huge thing for our comp. We usually have like we have 4 melee kicks, and so we have teams of 2, and I'm the backup for any of them if they ever need a third on either team.
Mm-hmm.
And there's usually only like 2 kicks in all these pools, except for there's one pool with 3 of them, but we actually just skip that pool, and the meta group can't skip that pool.
Oh. Wait, which
Because
one?
during it's the bottom right on the map of the first boss room. It's like the 3-pack of casters.
Oh, this one?
Yeah. So like the meta comp, like the Eldrachi Reaver Glaive bounces if the boss is in the middle and pulls stuff on the edges.
Yeah.
And I think Unholy DK does something that does pulling as well.
5, 4, 3.
But our comp doesn't have
2,
anything that pulls on that
1.
boss. So we actually,
Ooh.
our fastest recruit route is we like pull everything in that room on the boss slowly as the boss rotates around the room.
Ah, okay.
And we pull it in. Yeah, it's like a fishing cleave.
That's pretty sick. Isn't that pretty difficult when you have melee classes and the boss is... Oh god, I jumped too far. And the boss is like doing the intermission? Because then if the casters are like cut off...
Yeah, so we try to like, we do like a caster pack on the right with like the Void Rider and like knock it out beforehand, and then we just do like all the birds on the boss like one at a time basically.
Okay.
But yeah, the casters do lag behind if they're alive still, so we like focus them down.
Yeah, because that's the one thing that always happens to me when my pack groups decide to pull casters onto the boss. Then it always ends up being intermission, and the caster is cut off somehow, and then no one interrupts it, and how do you
There's a
coordinate
variation.
kicks generally, though? Like when you're pugging physical god comp, because obviously in an organized group you're just decided, right? But if you're pugging, I feel like that seems to be that would be very difficult, no?
Yeah, we have. So the thing that my main group did that I try to spread as much as I can. So everyone had, when they focus something to kick it, like right there. So in your group, just mark that guy green.
Yeah.
Green. If I see green, I know, or like that's like my kick. If I ever have something green, then that's gonna be my kick. We like color coded it, and so like if I see an orange, I know it's our bear tank, stuff like that. And I try to tell all my pugs to also do that. So like if you ever focus something, like assign a mark to it too. I think that's really big to like know who's kicking what and when. So like if we walk into a pack and I see something's already marked, then I know like, oh, someone already claimed it, and like I can mark something else.
Okay, so you don't recommend using auto marker or something?
Yeah, auto mark. I think if you're in comms, it's good. But I think if you're pugging out of comms, I think it can get confusing. Because then every pull you might have to call like, oh, like I'll kick so and so like every time. But if you do the mark yourself kind of thing, then you always know who's kicking what. And then if they miss, then you know like where to like throw the blame, I guess.
Yeah, that's also important.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a good pick. So I guess in general, using focus, and when you have a focus macro, you just generally just make sure you add a marker to it as well, because that's just like a simple macro you can make, right? You just do /focus, /mark, and then whatever number you want to use. And then even if you're pugging, I guess instead of the least you could do, like if the other people are not willing to. Oh well, that was a double cast, and that's already been ready. Oh no. But the least thing you can do if the other people are not willing to mark their target, at least you can say which one you are marking. So when you say, hey, I interrupt triangle, and then you just focus targets and mark triangle, and whatever the other people do is not your concern anymore, I guess, at that point. I think this might be it.
Yeah.
Unless... How is the timer in Rookery? It's actually kind of tight on hierarchies, right?
Yeah, the higher you go, the tighter it is. It really just depends on your last boss timer. I wonder if this might still be doable. You gotta really pump.
All
That's to the
right.
key.
I trust. I accidentally disabled my interrupt tracker for DKs, so now I've never seen DK interrupt. I keep forgetting to add it again.
His imprison's about to break. Nice. One cool thing with the DH Boomkin combo, I think they're kind of like a 1-2 right now, is like they'll like usually silence on pull and then they'll chains, and then out of the chains is the beam. And I think a lot of tanks like expect like that like 3-spell combo.
Yeah, I still have this thing where I was kind of scarred by this one time where, because I did not know that they changed Sigil of Silence to actually be an individual interrupt on every mob that it hits. Like, I just did not know that they changed that, basically. And I threw my beam onto a Sigil before it went through. And then my beam basically interrupted it. And then we wiped the first pull in Workshop because all the casts like ended up not blocking out long enough. And we ran out of AoE disrupts. And at that point, from that point onwards, I'm always so worried that I'm throwing my beam into a Sigil that I'm like not using it as much as I should. Because I always feel like the tank is doing his combo first in a pug before I do my stuff. But yeah, usually in hierarchies, the tank does trust the Moonkin to throw the beam. It's just in the lower keys where tanks sometimes just instantly throw all of theirs to see back to back.
Yeah.
I guess one of the things you guys also don't really have that much of is the grips. I just noticed how nice it is to have like all of these like DK grips and the chains and everything, and I guess you guys don't really have any of that.
Yeah, we have to do, so I run, there's a choice node for hunters. We have a trap that knocks mobs up, or you can choice node it to knock them really far. And so I run the knock really far one because we don't have the grip, and I kind of like knock things around like as if I was a DK or something. And then we also use Typhoon a lot to like move stuff.
Okay, I guess that'll work. Maybe not as well. I guess one of the things that is a downside of that as well is grouping up your pull, no? Because it makes it so much easier if you have grip. So I guess you just need to have like a lot of interrupts on individual casters to group them up properly, or utilize, I don't know, line of sight or something more?
Yeah. Like in Dark Flame, in that starting area, I guess, we would line around the corner a lot for a lot of our, to like get all the mobs together more. And here we just have our melee kick really fast. Like anytime this guy casts, we just kick it so we can move him.
Okay. Yeah, that's also something that people can do once in a while, because a lot of people, I guess, by default, just always want to interrupt as late as possible. But not only can it be useful to drop faster sometimes for the mob moving quicker, I guess, but also when you're pugging and you haven't like fully assigned your kicks properly and you're not in voice, then just using your kick a little bit earlier will prevent multiple players kicking the same thing.
Yeah, that's true. Then they don't overlap and stuff.
Yeah. are all the hunter specs doing? I mean, I know that MM can be really good, but how's like BM and survival hunter doing right now?
I think so. MM's the best. I would say BM is like 5% behind, and survival's like a little bit more behind. They have different like niches though, so like in different keys, the difference is more or less in some keys. Like MM's like just by far the best in Rookery and Theater, I think. But in some of the keys like Cinder Brew and stuff, and like maybe like Priory, with all like the uncapped damage, BM's more it's more uncapped, and so it can kind of keep up a little more. But MM's still a little bit better. And then survival has really good prio and really good single target, so you can kind of use that to your advantage too.
Oh, okay. Are you gonna get title with survival? Dispatch?
Yeah, I think
Nice.
that'll be the goal. I think the thing is about resilient keys is it makes my plan of getting rank 1 of all the specs a little easier, because I can just pull out the off spec and our push up keys.
Oh yeah.
And they're resilient. So if they ever
guess
go
that
south, then
makes
you can just go
sense, yeah.
again.
Is your team happy about that one? Whenever you're going survival?
I used to like warn them beforehand. I was like, hey, I'm swapping specs, guys. Get ready for everything. I'm gonna do a little less damage. My profile is different, and I'd warn them. But now I just do it, and sometimes it's a mystery. Like we'll be halfway through the key, and like my healer will realize I have pets or something. He'll be like, wait a minute.
I love that.
I think I've done entire keys without anyone realizing it. So, or at least
Well, then
vocally.
it can't be that bad, right?
Yeah. Maybe they're just like, oh, you didn't get good procs this dungeon.
How is it to switch from like range to melee? Like, because I assume usually at the start of a season you play mainly range, and then like eventually you start playing survival, right? Is it kind of weird to like get used to all these frontals that you didn't know about beforehand?
Yeah, it can be jarring, especially depending on the season. One thing I like to do when I'm ranged though, so like for example, you know in this pull the crushers jump out a lot. I like to actually stand kind of near melee so they don't jump too far, and then we'll like cycle stuff like vortex and binding and stuff. But like because of that, I'm already like I'm training myself to be in melee. I don't know if that's because I'm gonna play survival at some point. Maybe my brain's just making me do it, but I like to just be in melee when I'm ranged anyway.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because I usually try to be as far away as possible. I do think like, well, not as far away as possible, but like just being further away gives you like a better overview. It just makes me feel safer, I guess. But then at the same time, if I need to drop something like with the Incap Roar or whatever, then I need to go close anyway. And sometimes it would be nicer if I'm already closer or already in position for it. So yeah. Yeah, you're right. Like a lot of the mobs that are jumping out, that happens a lot in other dungeons too. And if it jumps like to the other side of the room, oh shit, my Starfall was that? I do have Shadow Melt.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
What do you think about the timer? How bad is it?
I think it's okay. You're like maybe like a minute behind. But you
don't
are
sound very convinced.
if this pull goes well, I think it'll be okay. Your lust came up like a little bit ago, which is good. This pull's very lethal.
Probably bad. I think it aggro of this diffuser.
Yeah. This is not good.
Ow. I'm lighting my healer.
Oh.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
just might have
that was the nail in the coffin.
Oh well, we tried. It's good that they kept trying though. Most people I guess would have left after that first. So
The Dark Flame gave goodwill.
yeah.
They trusted.
at least now I can try to find a group that is not playing full meta.
True.
I can just pretend that I'm feral.
Mm-hmm.
Did I actually invite ferals to like physical Godcamp groups, I guess?
Yeah, there's a couple ferals on NA that are doing it.
Oh really?
Our
Okay.
tank also plays feral, but there's Kovu and there's Medios, and they're both playing
True,
feral in
media
phys
still
groups.
plays, yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a specific dungeon where you think there would be a lot to talk about when it comes to like Hunter or Offspec or...
It'd probably be theater.
Okay, let's try theater then. I did deplete 2
Theater's actually a
theaters earlier.
key. Ooh. Oh yeah, I came in for the workshop.
Yeah. There's Hunter, perfect. Ah, shit. They just invited a restaurant.
Dang.
And there really is no theater keys.
Hmm.
Ooh, someone's saying they have 17 TOP here. Let's go for
Ooh.
it, Elgeta. Invite. That would be score even. We have to work
Yeah,
on
that's
our
good.
score.
Yeah, I gotta be the best coach.
Yeah,
I gotta
yeah.
get like 100 points today or something.
Wait, question,
That's our
Elgeta.
goal.
Are you NA or EU? Because I don't see your key. Oh, EU. Oh, I have the has tank thingy. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Perfect. Oh yeah, that's why I didn't see the keys, because I had the has tank filter on.
Oh. That makes sense. I was like, that's crazy. There's only 2 15 theaters, and that's it.
Yeah. You wanna do it off meta? You don't mind?
Yeah,
I mean, you
specs
just
that are
go.
good in here.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Arcane Mage is really good. MM's good. Windwalker's surprisingly good. This is like their best engine because they're all like single targety.
What about Warrior? Also not too bad, right?
It's pretty good. Yeah, Fury does a lot of like single target, and then Arms will do a lot of like 2 to like small cleave. So it'll be good there too.
Rest of Shaman. I guess we will. Then we have like 3 bloodlust classes. We're gonna be covered.
Frosty
What's
K is also really good in here.
Oh, Frosty K.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Frosty K is like a spec that is really good, but most people just play Unholy, so like no one really knows how good Frost is most of the time.
Yeah.
Do you think MDI this weekend in the global finals, since they don't have the spec rule anymore, do you think they'll play Frosty K in some keys, or do you just think they'll play Unholy everywhere?
Probably Unholy everywhere. I could see it in like some keys, like the lower target count ones. Maybe if they'd play Frost. I know they did that one bug fix where like they would resummon their pets and stuff. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Oh. Yeah, I heard about some issues with the pets in general. God, I hate like pets
Yeah.
in World of Warcraft have always been interesting.
Yeah, from my understanding, they have like a cooldown that buffs their pets, and then at the very end of the cooldown, they like dismiss their pet and resummon it, and it would re-up the buff.
Oh, okay.
And it's like their 1.5 minute cooldown, and so like all the DKs were doing it, and when they fixed it, I don't know if that swayed it more in Frost's favor at all, but it was like a small nerf to them.
Do you think there's gonna be other like classes they'll play outside of the meta I mean, probably like the Destro Warlock thing, potentially, I guess, in Cinderbrew.
Yeah, I think that's Warlock's best key. I could see. I saw Method had Frag play Hunter in top. I think this is a good
Yeah.
MM key. I could see that happening again. I know
You think Hunter's good
Miscount played
in...
Enhance.
Sorry, do you think Hunter's good here even without any buffs? Like if you play Mage and everything and then you just put that Hunter in there, do you think you're still gonna do well?
Yeah, I think so. It's just the target counts are perfect. There's also a really cool pull. Like when you go downstairs, you know the captain pull that like does that one cast and like you can't AoE on that pull.
Oh yeah.
He you can actually cleave on MM on that pull.
Oh, and you don't lose
just
damage
fine.
basically.
Yeah, because like technically the way MM's AoE works is it's actually single targeting from your target, and it's kind of weird by that, but it like bypasses all of the damage reduction.
Oh, okay. That's actually that's actually sick because that pull I guess is pretty difficult on high keys.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna have to go AFK for like 1 minute until they find a tank here.
Sounds good.
So give me a second. If you have any more off specs that you think, or any predictions for the weekend for the MDI, then you can let chat know in the meantime while I'm gone. Be right back.
Sure. All right, chat. We're taking over the stream. Let's see. Let's look at the MDI. I like that guy's Mog. That's like full it's like full Ninja Turtle trading post. Who's winning? If I was a betting man, I'd probably bet on Wunderbar. Will we see Og? I think you can. One thing that I know a lot of teams that are practicing right now is they're trying to figure out ways to get like Eye of Kazan like 100% uptiming keys because it's very potent of a trinket. And so I wonder if we'll see any cool like long routes. We have some Og on the Chinese trials. You're gonna bet on Wunderbar liquidating all your assets. I think Og is pretty good, specifically with a comp like Og Enhance Boomkin. I think is like the main one right now that a lot of people are really liking. People like drop the DK. And I've also seen like Mage in that comp as well. Like Mage, Boomkin, Og. Mom's not home, let's riot. The thing is I don't know which key in particular that Og comp is better, or if it is better in any of them. I just know it's a comparable comp to like the main Unholy Arcane Boomkin Trinity. When we're getting Bansherz BM again, you're the one that made me create one back in BFA. I've been doing our push-up keys with it, but I don't think it hasn't had a meta season since then. That was like when I started, I think.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, hello. Welcome back.
You think Og is gonna be played? I heard some stuff.
Yeah, I think it can. I just don't know enough about which dungeons it could be played in. But there is like Og and then either Enhance, Boomy, or Mage is like the other two. And that's a strong comp. Like the Enhance and the Mage do a lot of prio, and then the Boomkin does a lot of AoE, and then the Og just buffs both and does a lot of damage to you.
Yeah, I was
So like
also
you're basically
thinking.
dropping the DK.
I was also thinking the Og might have some like cool tricks with, I don't know, Wernstone or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if people know anything about that. If a team has been cooking with any kind of Warnstone routes.
There's probably, so we actually do a crazy pull on Koltharok. There's like a 3-pack that you can snap with like, we use Lunar Beam for it, but I feel like if you have an Aug, you could do that too, and because Wernstone up. But like the 3-pack before Koltharok, we pull it onto Koltharok, and it makes it really hard, but it saves you like 40 seconds if you could do it.
Oh.
So that could be a cool, just off the top of my head, that sounds kind of interesting. You could also maybe pull a lot of mobs on the bosses that you wouldn't normally.
Yeah, I guess technically that's maybe more of a like speedrunning thing. Is it because I guess in hierarchies usually you can't really do like super crazy pulls.
Yeah, like when we were in theater, we decided not to do our Koltharok snap tech because it's so risky. But if we were to get to like the 20 and we needed to do like the 21 or something for the tiebreaker, then we would have to do the snap tech for a timer.
Mm-hmm. So, since we're talking about MDI now, in case some people don't know, like Bansherz did compete in the MDI in the recent one with a team called Physical God Comp that played Physical God Comp. And they ended up doing really well on the first day and qualified for Sunday. And then unfortunately did not make it to the global finals. But at least you were the winner of the viewers' hearts. So in their mind, you definitely won. But what was your plan going into Sunday? Did you just fully focus on Saturday and said, okay, we're just gonna practice for this, and whatever happens on Sunday is whatever? Or did you also like have a plan for Sunday and, practice for it, I guess?
Yeah,
too?
we focused mostly on Saturday. Our Sunday comp, like theoretically, like on paper was just fine, but we just had less practice on it, and so there was a lot of like growing pains. We weren't super used to Walks tanking, and there was just like some slight variations that like Squish would specifically do certain things for our group, and then when he wasn't tanking, he no longer was doing them, and so it was like a little awkward for us at first.
Yeah, that's something I was talking about too. That it's very difficult if you're playing a organized group to all of a sudden have two people switch roles, right? Like I'm sure that's something that requires a shift in communication and like who calls what. So I guess that is pretty tough to do.
Yeah.
And you didn't consider just having Squish play a different class?
Basically the way we lined it up is Squish's Feral was really potent and Walks's DH was really potent. Like on their own, they had both done keys higher than what we actually ended up completing in the tournament. But
Oh, wow.
just we didn't really practice as a team with that, and so yeah, like the comms were a little awkward because when Squish was feraling, he's focusing on DPSing, he's like less like comfortable on it, and so he wasn't doing all of the stop calls that he normally did on tank.
Okay.
And then Walks also same thing. When he wasn't DPSing, he also couldn't comm effectively, and so it was a little awkward, I guess.
Yeah. What do you think of the new like MDR? Because this was the first time you competed, or did you compete before?
This was the first time, yeah. I thought, as a viewer, I think it's a good rule because, at least in the first day, you got to see some fun stuff. As a competitor, it definitely upped the skill requirement because now everyone's required to like multi-spec, whereas before, like you could have not, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, that's also something I was thinking. And like generally it's nice when like the better teams play off meta because they wouldn't be doing it otherwise. But then at the same time it also sucks for teams like your team that is actually doing really well with an off meta comp, but then you can't actually play it on all of the days, right? Because the rule wants to enforce variety, which is exactly what you guys are already bringing by its own, but then it's kind of counterintuitive, specifically for a team like yours, right? So that did kind of suck, I guess. And one more thing that I noticed and I guess it's true for your team as well, that if you're coming in as a somewhat of, like if you're a team that is not very likely to make it to the globals because it's the first time you're competing, or generally you're just like a lower seeded team, then the fact that all of the dungeons are being announced to you beforehand, it makes it so, in my opinion at least, like focusing on all 6 dungeons would mean that you're lowering your chances even further of making it to Sunday, right? And the chance of you making it to Sunday might already be like not the best. So it feels like if there's a team that is like an underdog and they somehow do make it to Sunday, then the likelihood of them not having practiced a lot for it is pretty high, which then makes Sunday a little bit more boring, right? Compared to what it was before, I guess.
Yeah. Some teams definitely did the thing where they sacrificed their Sunday, and we were guilty of that too. So.
Well, anyway, we're now in the
Let's see.
TOP. We don't have a hunter, but we do have a rogue, so that's something, I guess.
Nice.
Here at the start, you do the same thing, though, right? With the fist comp, you just pull the Splatthorn, and that's it.
Yeah. One thing we do since we're all melee is we like hard stack on the tank and then we rotate like left
Oh.
for these puddles that are about to spawn.
I guess that makes sense. I guess it even would make sense in a range comp too, to just not spawn them all over the place.
Yeah. It's important because like if you're melee losing uptime, it's just like a lot of downtime, or for like the timer, I guess. And then after every time we stack, there's a circle that spawns, and so you'd want to spread for that. And if you ever overlap with someone else, you can get like one tapped.
Yeah. I guess for you in particular, for your like the comp that you're playing with the Mistweaver as well, you're even adding like another melee for your healer slot. So I guess you generally have to watch out a lot when it comes to melee space, no?
Yeah. Because like if he's ever ranged and it's like a hard healing part, people might just start dying too.
Yeah. I guess, honestly, I think having a disc priest is such a luxury nowadays, like this season. Because there have been some seasons where the meta healer was not... Like, for example, when Press Evoker was meta, then as a damage dealer, you had to watch out that you're standing in a certain range, that you're standing in front of the Evoker. And really good Evokers, they were repositioning themselves anyway, but still, you didn't want to stand on max range as a Moonkin or whatever. But I guess this priest is kind of... Yeah, doesn't really matter where you stand, they can always shield you properly. As long as they have a target to hit, I guess.
Yeah.
And if you're really out of position, they just grip you.
Yeah.
What's the thing you have to watch out for with Mistweaver then? I do want to make sure that the Mistweaver has something to hit, that they have a melee slot.
Yeah, so they need a melee slot for all of their... Like basically all of their healing. They have one ability that's like a lightning that you can hit from any range, but like it's like a cooldown. And so if he's ever zoned out for whatever reason, then he does that. Otherwise, he's just in melee, kicking.
I guess it's a good point that your healer also has a kick, right? Because priests don't have one, so it's nice
Yeah.
to have an additional one.
One cool thing about your Resto Shaman is it's you're getting extra health from Ancestral Vigor and then also Downpour. So like a lot of classes are scared to get one shot on Zav, and Disc Priests like can carry them with like their shields and stuff. Oh,
Yeah.
Wasn't necessary.
Yeah,
the
that was,
Arbalest.
that was a bit tough.
That's the other way.
Oh, I followed the mage.
Yeah, the Arbalest is sneaky. If he what we always do is we have someone stun it right when the AoE happens, because he can combo someone, and that's what happened there. He shot someone right as the other guy did the big AoE.
Yeah, because I had like the very first impale, and I guess the impale just was too much in in combination.
Yeah.
AoE, and then he also shot somebody, so it was like a double tap. Those Arbalists, man.
Yeah, they're so hard. And then the pull up ahead with 2 of them, so tough.
Yeah. What can you do as a hunter with the Arbalist? Like, is there something in particular you can do to interrupt? Other than, I guess, knocking?
Yeah, so I have a 5-second stun called Intimidate. So I'll either me or the rogue will stun every time this guy shouts, and he does 2 shouts normally before we kill the Arbalist, and we're all prioring him and trying to kill him. If he gets to the 3rd shout, we failed normally.
Okay.
And maybe we get lucky and a wall is enough, but usually the combo like kills through a wall or something. And then also I also play a dwarf hunter, so I can dwarf the bleed off.
Yeah, I guess your whole comp can play. Oh no, your tank can't be dwarf, I guess.
Yeah.
But everyone else. And I guess for the tank, it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, not being able to be a dwarf as a druid actually does kind of suck for moonkins, because sometimes dwarves would be very nice.
3, 2, 1.
But then on the other hand, Shadow Meld is also super good, so.
Yeah. My group prefers Shadow Meld.
Oh.
Alright, this is the hard pull.
Oh god, our rogue.
He still has all his cooldowns, so.
And also got a stun out on the Arbalist before, so maybe we're fine.
Yeah. One thing to do is these Arbalists like to run away. If you just drop like a good Ursul's, you can kind of keep them all together.
Yeah. Because they run away, right? They don't jump out like most hunters do. They just like walk out.
Yeah.
If you Shadow Meld the cast, like the bleed, does it just recast it?
Yes. You can also, so back behind you, there's like a wall that I actually play by, and I line them if I ever get doubled.
There's a wall? Oh, you mean, no, where?
Yeah, yeah.
You can
Where you
play
just hovered was right.
2, 1.
Oh. And you don't pull the mini
It's a
boss
little
down
corner.
that stands there?
No. They actually have a smaller pull range than people think.
I was in combat there. Oh, the shaman is in combat. Oh, fuck. This is not good. This is,
Hopefully it's fake combat.
Let's hope so.
Yeah, either that or the mini boss will come here in a minute.
So you
one
said
cool thing.
Yeah?
Yeah, so we pull trash onto this boss. There's a mob at the start of the Gore Chop ring that just spams meat shield.
Oh, yeah.
And we pull him before we even get here, and then the banners count as my 3rd target, so I get my 3 targets on this boss.
Oh. Okay, that's really nice.
Yeah. What were you gonna say?
Like earlier you said that you actually prefer Shadow Meld over Dwarf.
Yeah, most people in my group. On Tournament Realm, we made a dwarf and a Night Elf for everyone. I always play dwarf as hunter, because like Feign and Meld are kind of the same thing.
True. Yeah, that makes sense.
But they like Meld more. For Rogue, it's a damage increase sometimes. And then Warrior, whenever he's doing a lot of taunt reflect stuff, he prefers the Meld, so just like maybe it's less demanding for a tank to taunt as fast when he's doing the taunt reflect stuff.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and then the healer also likes it just to do more like in combat reses.
Or
So they all have their own
getting
little
mana, I guess,
reason.
or something.
Yeah. And the tank just has to be, but
Yeah. And it's funny because for the tank, Shadow Meld is like the most useless compared to the other classes, because you don't necessarily want to melt that much as a tank.
yeah, there is 2 tank busters that are meldable in Floodgate. that are pretty interesting.
It's the last boss, right? That you can?
Yeah. And I forget the other one. It's either Swamp Face or the Big Mama.
And so if you melt those, do you have to like immediately like how does it work? How
Yeah,
how do
you have to
like, your
immediately
melee not die?
taunt, or the boss will auto summon. So it's like a last ditch effort. You ideally wouldn't want to do it because they can get gibbed, and like even the taunts off the global, sometimes you could still mess it up.
Okay, yeah. So it's only like if you don't have anything else to live, I guess.
Yeah. Your timer's looking good, by the way. Normally, when we kill this boss, our lust just came up, and it looks like your lust is gonna come up like right when this boss dies, kinda.
Perfect.
That's good. Have you ever been in a pug where like the person PvPs you down here? Like they stun you and like polymorph you or something?
It definitely happens. The one thing that I don't do, which I should for sure do, is like make a macro to get rid of my like buffs and heals and whatnot. Well, maybe not all buffs, but like because recasting them would be a damage loss that is probably not worth it. But getting rid of like frenzied regeneration or something, I guess.
Yeah, something I recommend if you have a sit bound at all, sitting makes it so you have 100% crit chance when you get hit.
But just like for melee hits, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Look what we have here. Fresh meat.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
This is a really hard pull.
The big meat shield.
Yeah. These casters are getting kind of everywhere.
Yeah.
Something that's really lethal in this pull is they do something called like Decaying Filth, and if it double hits someone, they're dead.
Is that just a normal cast I do?
Yeah. And then the other one, the long one, will wipe the group.
Yeah.
But you just have to watch for like all the doubles.
Do you try to line
Alright.
them or something?
We just kick them if there's a double on someone.
Ah, okay.
And then we AoE stop the... Once they start doing Withering Discharge, we usually just chain AoE stops. So it'd be like Roar into Typhoon, into Ring, into like Sweep, Shockwave. Because the deadly one, the Withering Discharge, is actually a longer cast. And so it's good to do like AoE stops on those. And then just kick the filths.
You mean longer cooldown? Or
longer cast time, like the duration of the cast. It's like a 4-second, but the filth's like a 2-second.
But why is it better to stun then? Instead of or
Oh,
AoE
so, like-
disrupting?
Oh, it always recasts Withering until it finishes properly. So
oh,
like
I see what you're
right
saying.
there,
Okay.
yeah. So like kicking the filth right there, he's gonna cast the next spell as queued up. But if you were to like stun or knock that discharge, he's gonna do another discharge over and over and over. And so you can keep him like permanently trying to discharge for like 20 seconds, and then they usually die in the lust.
Yeah, that makes sense. How long is Hunter interrupt cooldown?
It's 22 seconds, and the lockout's short.
Oh god. Oh,
Well, that was
CXs.
sketchy.
Love that. For me.
Yeah, that was crazy. That's good. That's good. And the lockout's 2 seconds, so it's short, but it's okay.
How long is melee lockout? Is it more than
It depends. Rogues 3, I think, and then warriors 2 and monks 2.
Oh. Actually, I had no idea that there's like so many different lockout durations.
Yeah, there's like, they nerfed them all a while ago, and so like I get the numbers confused in my head sometimes. But they all had different ones, and then they nerfed them going into, I think we're within.
I can't believe they would nerf that after changing the whole disrupt thing as well.
Yeah.
You would think they would buff them. So how long is the sigil in? Do you know that by any chance? The lockout?
I think it's a 3-second.
Okay. That is pretty broken.
Someone in the meta comp will probably know a little better. This is a cool fight. So every time the chains come down, we have like an AoE stop assigned to make it so that the leftovers, because we find most people get jumped on when they're all grouped up trying to go through the chains.
Yeah.
And so like we cycle like vortex, ring, and like leg sweep. Every time the chains come down, we just kind of throw any AoE stops we have. That way people don't get like comboed out from the leapers.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because in case some people don't know, like these leftovers, when they jump, they do that huge amount of damage, but you can just sidestep it. Like if you just keep moving, it doesn't actually hit you. But obviously, when you're stacking or when you get gripped in and you have to dodge the chains, then it's gonna be hard to dodge it. And they do splash damage as well. So if they jump on me and then there's another person standing right next to me, we both take damage. And then the likelihood of you getting double hit is obviously higher, because you could get jumped and then the person that is standing on top of you gets jumped and then you both like just get one shot. So if you have any kind of CC that prevents it from jumping, like an AoE stun or even just single target stun, honestly would help too. Then it would be best to use it as the chains come down, as everyone is like coming in. Shit, like right there.
Darn. Yeah. It's always when the chains happen. That's the only time people die. It's always there.
And I think it does physical damage as well. So
Yeah.
if you somehow like manage to get more armor or like physical damage reduction or something, that will work too.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have people like stack and one person go out and bait? I
Um.
guess since you're only ranged, maybe.
Yeah,
Anyone really
they're
else that can bait?
usually on me. They go on anyone who's not like directly on top of them. So like sometimes they'll jump into melee too, but a lot of them go to me. And then during the chains, they kind of pick like, everyone gets so separated that they kind of go anywhere. But yeah, this boss is secretly, I don't know, it's very hard.
Yeah, I usually deplete most of my keys on this boss.
Yeah, it's because in
PvP.
lower keys the leaps don't two-shot, and so people don't take it seriously. And then there's a level at some point where it two-shots, and then everyone's just dying to it.
Yeah, that's a good point, because there's no other damage in the jump. So if you don't get two-shot, then there's nothing that can really kill you on this boss.
Yeah.
So if you do get to that key level where that happens, then all of a sudden everyone just keeps dying.
Yeah.
So moving on to a little bit of, like focusing more a little bit of like organized group, specifically for like off meta. Because I'm sure there's a lot of people that, you know, like they just like want to form a group with their friends and they happen to not play the meta comp. And then a lot of people don't really know exactly how to approach that, because most routes that you can find are kind of tailored around the meta comp, right? So how do you do that? Like, do you always come up with your own routes from the get-go, or do you take the more common routes and then just kind of adapt them to what you're playing, what you have available, or how is it you approach all of that?
So we always start every season with we call them whole W routes, where we just run through the dungeon, no tech, nothing crazy. And then we add our own twists because we're mostly target capped. and we'll do things like that. And then anytime we see other groups do like cool tech for whatever reason, we'll also steal those and maybe incorporate them or change them. But yeah, like for example, right here we do a cool pull here that we kind of innovated. On the right side here, you can see those bone maguses on the other platform. Hunter range is actually long enough where I can pull them onto this guy, and so we fight both packs here. Because on the next platform, people like to do the whole platform. Like they do like the maguses on the left, the soulbinder on the right, and then like the portal guardian in the middle. But we found it too hard because we don't have.
I pull them as well. Or do you have
Maybe
more range than
I have 48 yards.
Okay,
but you're 45. Yeah, so you might be able to if you like jump disengage or maybe just like really hook the edge or something.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, but like most yeah, so like you guys are pulling it all together and then your DH is doing stops and then you're gonna beam and all that stuff. Our group doesn't have that stuff, so this pull's really lethal for us. And so before we did that like bone magus innovation up there, this pull would wipe our run sometimes. But then we added the maguses up there instead, and we didn't need the countdown here.
Yeah, interesting. How do you come up with that stuff though? Like, how do you think of that?
That was actually, when was that? I think it was actually in the MDI or something. Like I just was like, wait, I think I can pull this, and then we just did it. We like innovated it on the spot.
Okay, that's actually very cool. There's one thing I do remember from like the first time that this dungeon was a thing. I think people like basically took the orb to the left first, then let half the people go through, or like everyone except the hunter or something, and then the hunter put the orb on the other side, jumped to the other platform, and then like just MD'd them over or something like that. I think I remember something like this happening for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Okay, but that's like a super special cook, right? What if you just like generally, so you just have your W routes. So you just like, you go in, it's like we press W. And then you just say, okay, this pull is too difficult for us, or this seems inefficient, or...
Like for example, the meta group also goes right there on that portal. So like, we always went left here, because we knew our kicks could always lock down one of them, and I could lock down the other one, just the volley. As we kind of innovated going left here, we were one of the first teams to swap off of going right, and then a lot of teams started going left, and then teams actually went back to going right again, I think, because they can do a lot of AoE stops on the maguses. But yeah, like we just take it pull by pull. We do a lot of our route crafting. It's mostly our healer, but then me and our tank will also contribute a lot. But we basically want to design every single pull so that we're always at like 8 targets ish, or less.
Okay.
And if we ever go past that, we're like losing potential damage. Like let's say like there's a 3-pack here. Like we were like, our first thought here is like we need to make this like either bigger or like cut it out, basically. So like we invented the snap to pull this guy this pack up to Kultharok.
Oh wait,
to, like,
how are you
help our
snapping
comp.
this to Kultharok?
Yeah, so since everyone's a night elf, we all just meld, and then our tank does a lunar beam, and lunar beam does something where like it hits them after the fact to generate threat, and so he also melds and takes the portal, and his lunar beam's still ticking on them. And then we all run up to Kultharok, and then they snap later.
Okay, that's very cool.
You can also do it, I think you just need a rogue, but if the rogue lands first in shrouds, then everyone else is also, they don't need a meld. They can click it in the shroud.
Does it also work with, like if the tank just goes first, I guess, gets aggro, like, and then everyone else goes after, would they get in combat?
Yeah, so you can't click the portal in combat, and so you have to do something like a little bit complicated. That's why I was thinking like the Wernstone from an AUG might be interesting there. Like if that's an MDI tech, that could be pulled out. You could also do something like if I misdirect like the tank and everyone else goes up, I can shoot them and they'll snap up to the tank. as well, or rogue tricks. But yeah, it's kind of pull by pull. We just kind of go in and we like Priory is a dungeon that we do very differently from a lot of the other groups. DH Boomkin comps really like all the casters I've seen.
Yeah.
And they just do them all and they just see through them all. We tried that and it was impossible for us. We had to get like, I don't know, we can't lock down 6 mages or whatever. So we do a different route entirely in Priory, and we kind of just tailored it to be like within our target count the whole time.
Yeah, I think Priory is one of those things where you do have a pretty cool route though. Yeah, that dungeon is just absolutely crazy when it comes to casters and stuff that you have to watch out for, so I can see that's a problem. I think that's also like a dungeon where I wipe the most in when I do have an off meta comp where they try to just do that meta route. Like for example, after the first boss, that like Paladin Templar pull where you just pull the whole room. People just kind of do that pull even if they don't have meta comp. And then they are confused when they wipe. Like, yeah, that's totally a pull you can do.
Yeah, since we're target capped, we actually split that room in 2 anyway. And it's like the same. We practiced it in Tournament Realm where we did the whole thing at once and then we split it up in 2 and timed it. And it was like the exact same time for our comp. So we were like, why would we take the risk if it's like the same time?
Yeah, that is, I guess that's like a very good point, especially if you have target capped classes. That sometimes splitting up a pull into 2 can literally be the same time, or sometimes even faster than doing it in 1 pull, which seems strange, but it makes sense when you think about the way target cap works, and then also like the difficulty that it adds when you have so much more casters that people have to interrupt, which inevitably makes people do a little bit less damage because they have to see an interrupt and look out for their survivability and whatnot, right?
Yeah. There's cool tech in Priory. Remember how we were talking about like my range is 48 yards earlier?
Yeah.
Sir Brownpike, the undead guy at the end that has like, he like pulls his damage, the mini boss.
Yeah.
His R is actually 45 yards. And so we developed a strategy where I max range and I don't take damage from him. and the way my healer heals is like his healing split among the group like evenly. And so if there's only 4 people there, he's just a lot stronger at healing them. And so that mini boss gets like trivialized for a group if I range.
That's actually very cool. I did not know that.
Yeah.
To the final round! Return to the central chamber. It's time to begin.
Okay, let's see. 550. We can do it, right? What do you think?
Yeah. This boss is like 330-ish, and this trash pack is kind of just passive cleave, so.
The mage chest, we shouldn't be AoEing it. I guess he wants it alive. Are they not scared for the tank though? These bulls?
Yeah, they are kind of scary.
Yeah. So
If you're ever super scared, you could soothe the contender. They take more damage, but they do more damage when they're enraged, and so like it could be something that could happen. You guys have enough time where you don't even need to pull in the boss. But your mage wants funnel, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. This one's actually a really sneakily fast boss. It's like 330 in like or 20, I think.
Oh, really? Okay.
So it might even be faster in the 17 here. And you'll have less at the very end than 4 minutes if you get there.
So any special tricks you have for this boss fight by any chance?
Yeah, so that pull that's happening to you right now, if you meld, it doesn't pull you.
Oh, okay,
Fun
that
fact.
is very nice.
So you can save that. I like to save my meld if I was playing like a Boomkin, I'd save it for P2 because there's bulls and stuff that spawn. And if you're getting pulled into a bull, like that can be kind of sketchy or something. But if you like meld the harder ones, then it's a good time to do it. Feign Death also works, so I can feign every single one on Hunter.
When do you have to press it? As it's just on you?
While it's on you. So you can hit it here in like 1 second once the thing happens, and then it would not suck you.
Okay.
Yeah, once you see that line that connects you to it, at any point you could hit it.
Okay. Are you guys always making sure to bait the frontal to a certain location?
I think my group doesn't care, but I always bait mine to the middle. If I were to get picked, I like to stand in the center of the room so that I can always sidestep. Oh, the intermission. Nice. I think that darkness hit 3 people. And then a lot of people don't know this too in lower keys because it doesn't really affect them that much, but like your health's constantly ticking down in the second phase.
Yeah.
And so when the circles spawn, they do damage, and you're actually kind of in danger whenever the circles spawn for the ads in P2. So I have to like wall every single one, or I'll actually die. It's like right here, this combo is gonna be tough. Nice, he did the melt tech.
Yeah. Like, I gotta try this.
It's good because oh. You guys are slamming this timer. You're gonna have like a minute and a half. As long as everyone lives.
Don't jinx it.
The last bulls.
I almost walked into that guy.
And you did
Nice,
it.
beautiful.
Nice.
Oh my
Our second
God.
time key of the day.
Yeah, the amount of score I'm getting. Can you join my stream every day? Damn. Wait, you're not streaming, by the way, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Because if you want to start streaming at some point, then just let me know. Then we can do this like collaboration thingy.
Sure.
Can't wait to hear about your adventures.
All right, not bad, not bad. So one more thing, since we're talking about like routes and stuff. What are the things that you're considering outside of? Okay, you want to have like around 8 mobs, you said earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I guess for you in particular, you want to have, if possible, like 2 extra mobs on a boss.
Yeah.
Is there anything else do you really have to watch out for when it comes to, like, compared to like the meta comp and your comp? Like, you're lacking obviously like something like Mind Soothe and other utility that like the meta comp has. So what are some like adaptations that you guys have to do or like think about?
So one thing is we do have a rogue, and so usually the Mind Soothe portions we can translate with either sap or shrouds.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something we can just like 1-to-1 normally. And I'm trying to think of like weird things that only Metacomp can do.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the main thing is that they can just like pull a shit ton of casters together and just like AoE down.
One thing, so like the way we pull mobs on the things are sometimes different. Like that first boss on your priority map right now, people do like the links pack onto it. Something we do for my 3 target, since that's a 2 target boss, is we CC the 2 sharpshooters and we pull them in one at a time every time one of them something dies. So like we do the 3 linkses on pull.
Yeah.
So I could have 3 targets, and then when they die, we hit one of the guys that we have trapped or parried on the side, the sharpshooters, and then they'll come in one at a time. And so I'll always have 3 target on that boss, for example. Because like the Metacomp would do it all at once.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. But it's stuff like that we do intentionally, because it's also easier. Like it's less, because the sharpshooters shoot the tank, and that boss is really hard to tank. And so like not having it all at once is nice. Yeah, I don't know. And then I get more damage out of it, and it all works out.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, that's cool. I think you also do something in Rookery where you get in like the horse a bit later, what they're called, the jumpy guys.
The Crushers.
The
Yeah, on
Crushers,
second
yeah.
boss.
Yeah. I saw that. That looks very cool.
Yeah, because there's 4 sleeping Crushers, and so we do 2 at a time on the boss, so I get 3 targets the whole time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
We actually tried something in Floodgate. You know the 2 guys that drop saws before the second boss? We tried doing them onto the boss. It ended up not working out.
Wait, which second boss?
At the Demolitionist duo.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
You know how there's the 2 saw guys right before them?
Yeah. Oh, the Shredinators? Or?
Yeah, we
Ah,
tried
okay.
that. It was really, really complicated. So we decided not to do it. We also used to do the crocs that are a little north of that. There's like 4
Oh.
crocs in the water.
Yeah.
But we found out that sometimes they bug out the boss, and so we stopped doing it. But like,
Oh.
they would evade the boss because not basically if you hit them from the top of that platform, they'll snap up. But
Mhm.
sometimes one of them gets stuck, and we don't know why, so we stopped doing it.
Oh.
But that gave us 3 target on that boss too.
And because I saw some people pull these 3 mobs here as well.
Yeah, those are good, but like the surveyor's hard.
Yeah.
It was our answer.
Yeah.
Because he can dynamite someone while they get the debuff or while the boss is shooting them, and then they get comboed. And so you have to like be really careful and watch all the stops, and it just adds more stress to that fight.
Yeah. That makes sense. Wait, but so you decided the surveyors are too difficult, but you wanted to pull the Shredinators?
Yeah. Well, in our heads we were like, well, technically the Shredinators don't do anything if you play it perfect. Like technically they
Yeah.
just drop claw blades and do frontals at walls. So maybe we could have done them, but it ended
True.
up it had to be like a perfect dance. We had it so that like the melee would stack on one side of the boss to drop blades, and then swaps like feet, and then drop blades, and then there was the frontal, and it was like that order every time. It was just really hard. We cut it out.
All right. Do you think there's another dungeon where you can maybe give some specific hunter tips or like physical comp tips or anything when it comes to like certain pulls or struts or whatnot? So I could do one more dungeon if you're down to join one more.
Sure. There's nothing too specific, I guess. You can kind of pick any.
Okay.
I think.
Let's see. Whatever gives me the most score.
You should get Resilient Prairie, maybe.
Yeah. Prairie would be good. Prairie is so hard to pug. It's
Yeah.
very difficult to time that key.
I bet like all of them wipe on the first pull or something.
Oh, a lot of them depleted the first pull, yeah.
Yeah.
Where's it there? Ooh, Resilient and a Hunter.
16 Resil.
Ooh.
Oh, that's perfect. I wonder what hero talent they're gonna play. Oh, and another Hunter.
All the Hunters.
Yeah. Hopefully you get in that Resil. Yeah, there you
Nice.
go. Big.
Are the hero talents in Prairie something that is not like super agreed upon, or?
Well, I would assume that most hunters would play Sentinel, but there's a large camp of hunters that like they have strong preferences, and so they'll play one of the 2 in every key, no matter what.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah. So I was just curious if this one was a they specifically like one, or if they swap a lot.
The orphans of Merodar have been asking to play with you again. I think they'd appreciate it if
I prefer Sentinel in this one because that's the more AoE one. Dark Ranger's not bad in here because there's a lot of mini bosses that like if you kill them faster, it could speed up the key. But
the orphans
yeah.
of Merodar have been asking
So do
to
you
play with you again.
change it depending on
I
like
think
your
they'd
comp as well?
appreciate it if you
Like if you have a
visited
mage, that you would just play Sentinel and no mage Dark Ranger?
yeah,
the links.
that's exactly what I do.
Police and misbehave. The orphans of Merodar have been asking to play
So what's the
with you
guild you
again.
play in?
I think they'd appreciate it if
I'm
you
in a
joined
guild
them.
called Consequence on
Okay.
US. Yeah, I joined them and they were world like 450, I think. And then we've slowly climbed every tier, like some ranks, to now eventually we're in the 60s. So that's been
actually
fun.
pretty sick. Did you
Yeah.
increase raid time at all, or like?
When I joined, we were 9 hours, and now we're 14 hours.
Okay. So 3 raid days? Or 4?
4, and they're 3.5 each.
Oh, okay. I think I like that. Like, I think shorter raid days are usually nice. I feel like when you raid for a really long time, people just stop playing properly and like lose focus and everything.
Yeah. But it's been fun. I joined when I joined there was a lot of hunters. I think there was 4
Merodar have been
when I
asking to play
joined.
with you
And
again.
now there's just me and the guild leader. We're the 2 hunters now.
Oh, okay. So now no hunter can ever join your guild anymore, I guess. If the
Yeah,
officer
it's
and the guild leader
kinda
are hunters.
yeah, it's kinda locked in.
Take one for a run before it maims someone.
Are you raid leading as well?
So the guild leader raid leads a lot, but also there's 2 other people in the guild that like step in as like shot calling. And we all the officers kind of contribute to strats and stuff. So like I make like unlisted YouTube videos for my guild, and I like
Oh,
go over the
wow.
fight beforehand, like a 3 to 8 minute guide or something
Damn,
of being
that's
like,
really
hey, so
cool.
this is what we're expecting for the boss and stuff.
Huh, I love that.
Yeah,
Because, I mean,
I
there
think it's
are a lot of
underrated.
guides out there, but usually, depending on when your guild reaches the boss, there's a certain strat that you kind of want to choose or do, and then I guess specifically having somebody tell you, okay, this is what we do, instead of watching like 4 different videos and then you're doing completely different stuff. That's
Yeah.
nice.
Usually we tell people to do like watch a POV of your spec to see if there's anything like weird that your spec does, and then watch whatever I do. And I think next patch I'm gonna do a video for every boss. This one I only did it for the hard ones, like last couple.
Mm.
Yeah. It's cool having like a tailored video like that, because you could specifically name someone, like, yeah, so on Galliwix, you're gonna take the bomb, and like I'll name someone and be like, you're gonna take this one, and then this guy's gonna take this bomb that's spawning, and these soothes are gonna be assigned to these 2 people, so watch right here. Stuff like that.
Yeah, that's very nice. Because, I mean, what most of my guilds usually did is that they linked videos and guides, and then they had their own strategy that we would play, but like in written, like they just write it down. And it's just so much nicer to have visuals to go with whenever somebody
Yeah.
gets a link to you, so that's nice. Is the group that you're playing with, the MDI group or your M+ group, also in your guild?
No, none of them are. Well, one of them's in my guild as like a non-raider. They're like a casual rank, but yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. They all raid in different guilds. Our play times are a little awkward because we all are in different guilds, and so I think someone in our team is raiding every night. Like if you just go through the week. So we can scheduling is a little tough, so we do it in like the mornings and afternoons and stuff.
Okay, yeah, that's crazy. Wow. Did you generally just play mornings and afternoons then? Because, I mean, I guess in the evening it's going to be hard for you to play then.
Yeah, basically, if we're gonna play, we play on that day until like 9 p.m. at most, because that's like basically someone's raiding around then, and then usually they want to take a break and eat beforehand or something. So usually we cut it at like, I don't know, like 7-ish.
But the raid starts at 9
times.
p.m. That is so late.
Yeah, people. What time do people usually raid in EU? Because I think most guilds in NA start around like 8 to 12 p.m.
Really?
Like that's the yeah.
And in EU, I think almost every guild so far that I've raided in starts at 7 p.m.
To contemplate the mysteries
Mm.
of
I feel like it's like the Like that one time where everyone starts raiding. Unless, I mean, people in chat can give me different times. When are you guys start? When do you start your raids? Only EU people are allowed to answer. What is your raiding hours? So, once I had like 7:30, but mostly it's just 7. Really?
Oh, that is
There's a bunch of
EST.
8s. Huh.
Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics.
Yeah, I guess NA has like multiple time zones, which I mean EU does as well, but not
Yeah.
that many. I do remember it was a good thing that the raiding times are so late though, because one time I tried to join an NA guild because I hated raiding in the evening, and I wanted to find a guild that raids in the afternoon my time or morning my time, which I couldn't find a single guild that does that for obvious reasons. So I figured, oh, I can join an NA guild that raids really late their time, so it's gonna be really early my time. So I ended up joining Pop-Tart Corn Dogs, and this raid time was 6 a.m. my time.
Oh wow.
That was pretty bad. It did not work out, unfortunately.
Wow. Yeah, that sounds rough.
Yeah.
I feel like I wouldn't be able to make that schedule.
I thought, oh my god, I'm just gonna be a morning person. It's gonna be great. Spoiler alert, it was not great.
Yeah.
The expedition built the priory as a place to
Okay, shit, I did not look at
mysteries of
the
Belladonna.
routes, but apparently we're fear skipping.
Nice.
But of late, the devotees have become secretive.
What did you do at the start here? Are you also skipping the foot minute? And all the nights?
The gods
Yeah, we skip the nights. We basically do this, but in Shroud.
Dale cries
Ah, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, but we don't do all of the casters.
each of his
We like slowly chain these in. So basically it's the same thing, but we like, once one pack dies, we kind of like move as a group and pull another pack.
Okay, that makes it... I guess that makes sense for target cap. I guess in general, just like getting things in a little bit later instead of pulling all at once is not like a bad thing to do. I think a lot of people don't really think of that. I think I'm aggro from something. And maybe especially if you have like multiple high HP or like dangerous mobs that you want to kill, then I guess you just, you know, do the pull, make sure that that one target that is difficult dies, and then chain in more targets.
Yeah.
I guess it's a little bit hard to explain that in a pack, right? But if you have an organized group, then that's something that you can pretty easily communicate whenever you're adding more.
Yeah. Like when chainmail spawns here, like since you guys killed all this stuff, we just pull chainmail into the stuff that's still alive.
Yeah. So what is the hunter playing? Can you tell by... I guess you can't really tell.
Yeah, Sentinel.
Okay. Okay, this is an interesting pull. I don't think I've done that one before.
There's Lynxes.
Yeah. Put a vortex down, because the vortex does actually prevent the jump, right? Or
Yeah.
dropped it at least.
So you can, yeah, you can dodge it with your movement, and then also the vortex. If you're really quick, you can do something cool where while it's in the air, you can typhoon it away from you as well.
Oh, okay, that's nice. Oh god.
Hunter has actually a ton of tools for it, because you can do like binding shot, you can stun one with intimidate, you can leave a frost trap at your feet, and when it jumps at you, it actually hits the trap first. Yeah, there's like a tar trap that roots them as well. Same thing. You put it in front of you and like they get
Can you have
rooted
them
instead.
both at the same time? Both
Yeah.
traps? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
very
so you
cool.
can, yeah, and you can do something that's like sometimes a little awkward, but like you could put a knock trap at your feet. if it triggers it properly, it'll just get knocked back into melee. But I tried that once and it knocked behind me, and I stopped doing it because it like
Oh.
it like quickly got behind the trap somehow. But yeah.
I guess as a druid you can like probably also incap roar in the air, typhoon in the air. I mean vortex obviously works.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess for all of this you have to be like slightly further away, unless you have the reaction time of a god.
Yeah. If you stare at the like cast bar, you can react better, I think. Like to do the typhoon and the roar and stuff.
Yeah. The one thing that always that I always see as the issue is that I have to just hold my global. So I'm like, I want to press Starfire, but if the mob is starting to cast it, then I just have to sit there and do nothing for a while.
There's
So
also some
I
tech
just-
that I don't like fully understand. See that brazier behind you? I think if you're on it, chainmail can never jump on you. But we haven't
Oh,
like
yeah.
fully explored exactly what it does.
I think so as well. Like, I saw it in the MDI. I think that Lynxes can also not jump on you. But
Yeah,
there's
we-
one issue because the pedals spawn on it, so
Yeah.
you have to still dodge that. Wait, where's our hunter?
Oh, big pull. Yeah, like my group can't do this many casters. Seeing this, I'm getting antsy. I'm like, uh-oh, casting is gonna go off.
I mean, I'm also gonna get antsy because I have a knight here that is impaling me and I don't like it.
Yeah. Knights are terrifying. I feel like people are scared of the shout, but I think the impale is like way scarier.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lethal combo is the sharpshooter hot shots you during the impale.
And the impale, there's like nothing you can really, you don't see who it's really casting on, right?
Yeah, it looks like it's targeting the tank, and then he just spins and targets and looks at the person at the last second.
I wonder if that's, like, I wonder if this is actually something that wasn't even intended by Blizzard, and at some point it just kind of happened, and then they're like, ah, guess that's how it is. Because usually, well, I don't want to say usually, but lately, they actually try to make things more visible, and everything is like, you know, there's counterplay to everything, and the animations are better. And then you have a cast like Impale, and you're just like, what the fuck?
Yeah. It is like dodgeable, like with rogue evasion and like your natural dodge chance. So sometimes we'll our rogue tries to evasion as many as he can, so maybe like he gets picked and then it just gets deleted that way.
Okay, that's kind of nice.
But yeah, it's unfortunate. Sometimes actually I have a clip on my like YouTube shorts of us in the first pull when we used to pull the knight into the first pull, and I got like 6 or 7 impales like back to back. Every single one was on me, and my healer was running out of buttons and I was out of defensives, and it was just like a funny moment for the group. But at the very end, the mob dies, and then I start eating food out of my bags, and Squish is healing me. He got out of bear form to regrowth me, or it's still healing me because we were just dry on everything.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's funny.
I remember, I mean, that actually, do you remember this whole GUID thing?
Oh, with like player IDs and stuff.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
there was, I guess, in case some people don't know that are watching, like, apparently when you create your character, there's like a number that is assigned to your character, and that just never changes. It's just this number. And at some point, Blizzard started using that number when it comes to like abilities being assigned on bosses. So if there's like an ability that went on like, let's say 4 people, then it would kind of follow the GUID of the players in the raid. And what happened was that some people ended up getting abilities much more often than others. And at first, it was this typical thing where people are saying, nah, you were just unlucky, like this is just RNG. And at some point, people were really like investigating it because people thought there's just absolutely no way. I always get targeted by everything. And then apparently it has turned out that somebody, I don't know who figured this out, but somebody figured out that abilities were going after this GUID. And then Blizzard actually stopped doing it, I believe. Or at least I hope they stopped doing it.
I don't know if they ever stopped.
It's possible it's still
I wonder.
it's a thing sometimes.
Yeah, cause I don't know. Maybe it's placebo, but like sometimes I'm in a raid like prog fight or something, and I'm just like I get this every pull at the same time. Like I just get used to it. Like I remember on Mugsy, I always got the same jail, like every single pull, like no matter what. So I don't know. I don't know if it's removed or if I'm just unlucky.
It is. I mean, it's definitely true that sometimes it feels like you always get the same ability at the same time. I think we're onto something here.
Yeah, maybe it's still around.
So can you feign death every like jump, I guess, in this boss as well?
Yep.
Okay, that's nice.
And there's no downside. If someone melds it fast, you can actually still kick the cast, like, even though it says it's unkickable.
Oh, yeah. Right, so in this pool, what you guys did is like you pulled this Lynx and Sharpshooter pack on top here that I see in the corner, right? And then
Yeah.
you just see the Sharpshooters first, though. With that trap and, I guess, Incap?
Yeah, para or we could sap too, depending on like sometimes they're not up from like the previous poll. We did something weird, but yeah, we have three answers there. I feel like I've never seen the spear animation before. I just saw it for the first time, I think. Like it looked kind of cool as it was flying off.
Oh, you mean like the projectile? Okay, good.
Yeah, it has like winds around it and stuff. I never noticed like the wind part. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, so I got a new PC recently, and I purposely put all of my like graphics settings to the highest, just because I wanted to see if the PC can handle it. And now I can see all of these animations that I've never seen before, and I'm like, whoa.
Nice.
So on 2 targets, do you actually do the exact same as on 1 target? Like the damage wise? Is there no cleave you have?
Yeah, it's like very small more to AoE. So like we have a cooldown that's a 45-second cooldown that's called volley, and it makes it so that you can AoE on 2 targets. And so you get benefit from that. But it's not as big. If I had 3 targets the whole pull, it'd be like I have like 30 seconds of downtime of not getting good cleave without the 3rd target.
So it is pretty big to get the 3rd target in, I guess, for hunters.
Yeah.
Hey, would you even go so far to like ask them to pull something in here? Like, gonna pull like this in a puck in a priory?
Yeah, the thing is like I'm always really skeptical to ask people to do things like that if the tank's not used to it or something.
Yeah.
Because like I've asked people to do that in the past, and then like maybe the tank didn't realize like the shoots from the guys are gonna be doing a lot of damage, and then they end up dying because of it.
Yeah.
And then it's just like, oh well, I mean, it wasn't worth if you were gonna die, you know? Like, I don't know. It gets kind of tough in pugs. If they are aware of the bonus and they're down to like do it and like try, I guess, then yeah, that'd be really good. Oh, this pool's getting melted.
Yeah, me too.
Oh no. Oh.
Shit. I guess we don't have anyone that can rest.
I think. Well, they both might have energy res. Oh, they're all dead.
Shit.
Well, you could kitty back, but I don't know if everyone else can.
Yeah, I'm not sure if...
Go
get this
again.
there. Okay.
Oh, it's Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can probably do this pull, right? Like with... Because the shaman is doing a lot of AoE.
Yeah, Ascendant
So-
is like very
The
big
Voldar
burst.
have been asking to play with you
Yeah.
again.
He was actually still in Ascendance when you died, so he was still ramping on the meter.
Yeah. And I guess we just
The
had
links
a
get
cast go
the
through and meter like a smite.
Take
I could have
one for the
lined it
run
though,
and
I
Yeah.
guess.
blame someone.
Or I could have went into like Incap or something. I just feel like now that Incap Roar or the generally disrupts aren't as good anymore, I just feel like the value of it without like a follow-up is so low in a pack group. So for me, I feel like I'd rather go on range and potentially line it rather than me going into melee and then I
Yeah.
cast the Incap and then the next cast goes through and kills me, you know? So it's like...
Yeah. One thing, are you enchanting Avoidance or Leech? Because the Divine Toll is avoidanceable.
I do have
I
avoidance
don't know if you knew that. Okay.
on things. Because the toll can't be lined, I guess, but like the smite at least, or any cast.
Yeah. That run was going pretty well though until that point, I think.
Yeah, it actually was pretty good. Yeah, and this shaman is blasting.
Yeah.
Big damn.
Shaman's really good right now. Especially I guess slots in like the meta comp decently too.
Yeah. I guess they also have some nice item level. I'm slacking. I need more Valor stones.
Hmm.
Wait, they got buffed on Tuesday? Elemental Shaman?
Oh,
Really?
I didn't see that.
I felt like Elemental Shaman was doing pretty well already. How's Hunter doing in the raid right now?
5,
Our single target's really
two,
good.
1.
Yeah, like MM Dark Ranger, like Sims the highest, but a lot of people like play BM and Dark Ranger still.
The expedition built the Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Belladar. But of late, the devotees have become secretive.
Looks like in the hot fixes, it's just Resto Shaman.
Oh, okay.
God sought to kill you.
Ah, Farsi arrest. Okay, yeah, we were talking about Elemental Shaman.
Protecting something. Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
I guess the fact that we don't have a DK is kind of annoying for this initial pool here to get. So you can't really get the sharpshooters in. Ooh.
Oh,
I wish you had lasted a little longer.
it's the Resilient Curse.
Yeah. Well, I think when we group up a pool like this without the DK, we just have to line, I guess, right? Or how do you gather up this first pool?
So I have 2 knocks, and so I knock the sharpshooters in. Like right on pull.
Mm.
To try and be like a pseudo knock, and then once they're in, you can kind of stand in melee, and they'll jump to you guys again.
Yeah. Ah,
And
interesting,
then
well.
the DH kind of might be able to solo all the casters together.
Yeah.
Because if
Probably.
the way a lot of casters work is like if you hit them with a spell, they run forward a couple steps before they start casting normally.
Yeah.
So like you can maybe do something with that, get them close enough, and then probably land the chains.
It's actually interesting because I feel like that's how it worked for a long time already, right? Like the fact that the mobs that hit with a spell kind of just walk in before they cast.
Mm-hmm.
But I've only literally this patch I started I started hearing people actually play around that properly. So it's such a cool thing to me that WoW is such an old game and people still to this day figure things out about the game and how to like min-max certain stuff. It's so cool.
Yeah. It's funny how things catch on. Like the thing I told you earlier about like how like people focus something and mark it.
Yeah.
I feel like everyone's been focusing their kick for like years, but I hadn't really heard about people using marks as well until like 2 years ago, and now I see that in a lot of top groups. A lot of people do that.
Another thing that people started doing now is like the tank just putting a world marker onto the spot where they're gonna be grouping up the pool. And I also think that's such a cool thing as well for just the damage dealers to know where they can put their damage. That is like floor targeted, I guess.
Yeah.
Captain Dale cries protecting something.
And it's such a simple thing that doesn't really cost the tank much other than a keybind, which to be fair, keybinds are hard to come by these days.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh no. What happened there is I think the shaman ripped thread on the sharpshooter and he got shot by the tank shot.
Yeah, probably.
There was like 2 sharpshooters that came in late from the fountain and they like he hit Ascendance and like when he does that like he shoots a lava burst at every target that is a flame shock and he just ripped on them.
Guess we're leaving.
Yeah.
Only the strongest survive.
Yeah, ripping thread on a sharpshooter is so easy to do, and it's so tough for the demon hunter to do anything about it, I guess.
Asking to play with you again. I think they'd appreciate it if you visited them.
Yeah. It looked like he was putting all of his like mental globals on like grouping the casters, and then the 2 sharpshooters in the back just didn't have enough threat.
I can try to typhoon one of them in, I guess.
Yeah, they kind of like run in from the fountain and then they kind of stop when they get in range. So maybe you could like wait there to do your little typhoon.
Yeah, I'll try. I just have to make sure that I'm maybe not dotting them then, because if I stand in melee range to them with my dots up and my starfall up, I'm definitely gonna get aggro.
Yeah. Do you have BFA knock belt?
I don't. Does it actually still work?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's sick.
Yeah, we use that. It's good. Also, maybe you could ask the hunter to knock trap them in or something.
Yeah.
Maybe. But yeah, once those sharpshooters get in and then everyone stands in melee, they'll just keep jumping into melee. So it should be good after a little bit.
Yeah.
The orphans of Merodar have been asking to play with you.
Okay, I believe. The BFA.
This is the one.
What is the knock called? The knock belt? It's like an engineering
it's like
enchant, right?
It's called like the personal space amplifier, I think. It's cool tier engineering, some like level of it.
Maybe use potion of shocking disclosure.
We're gonna get the key disqualified. Did you guys submit, or did you guys ask the mods
a bunch of questions about struts where you weren't sure if it's allowed or not, or were all of your struts pretty straightforward?
All of our strats were pretty straightforward. We probably should have asked about the Colthorax snap,
Oh,
but
yeah.
We did not. We ended up not doing it anyway, so.
5,
Probably would have been okay though, I guess.
2,
Because snapping generally is just a fine thing to do, I guess, right? I don't know. Don't quote me on this though. The next time somebody's not gonna submit it and say, "Well, Naguura said."
I just remember looking for the shocking disclosure thing. I read the rules like really tight, and there was something about like pulling through walls onto bosses because of the mandatory thing in Dark there. So like maybe I could see that clause being like stretched or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Is protecting something.
I guess I tried to get. Well, that was a tiny knock.
Yeah. As long as everyone stands in melee, their next jump, it's in like 5 seconds. And they'll all be in. Oh dang, the hunter died in True Shot, so it's gonna be a long pull.
Oh, yeah.
8.
Yeah, these sharpshooters, like I'm surprised that
The thing is like,
still.
yeah, one problem is like your entire group isn't stacking in melee, like it's just you, and so they keep jumping back out. Is the problem?
Your survival wasn't.
Yeah, maybe we just have to like find a spot where we actually stack, like just put a marker down or something.
Yeah.
Man, the first time it worked so well. I don't know how we executed that. What happened the first time?
You guys, it was so smooth. There was like no deaths for like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
The orphans of Merodar have been asking to play with you again. I think they'd appreciate it if you visited them. The links, get the zoomies and misbehave. Take one for...
I think we're gonna change the route now. Oh.
Uh-oh.
What the hell?
He probably reset when you zoomed in.
Yeah. Guess my character's gone now.
Dang.
Was there something that like this that you can't do in the MDI that was like a standard thing you did on live servers?
Well, some things is like the knock what I just mentioned isn't allowed.
Oh, the BFA knock. Okay.
Yeah. So that's not allowed. Oh, and one strategy we do a lot is you can't leave a dungeon in MDI and come back in.
Oh.
But our rogue plays outlaw in most of our keys, and he does this thing where he plays assassination for the first pulls normally because they're so big.
Yeah.
And he'll do like big uncapped, press all his cooldowns, and then leave and go outlaw for the rest. But like, you can't do that in MDI either.
It's interesting. I guess I think it would be really cool if they would allow stuff like this. Because in my mind, it's cool when people switch specs, right? I feel like it's a cool thing. But then at the same time, I don't know what would happen if they would allow it. Like, would people switch, like go out for like super random stuff to just like change a trinket and stuff? I don't know. Like, would people do super degenerate things in the MDI? Probably.
Yeah, they would. There's probably some... Every time the graveyard updates, when we're doing live keys, we're like, okay, can we use this graveyard update? Like, can someone leave and swap specs? Can we do something like this? Like one one thing that we did that was really nifty, in season 4 of Dragonflight, if you remember Halls of Infusion, the third boss, Kajin the Unyielding, the like
Yeah.
big rot ice guy.
Uh-huh.
After we killed the frog boss, I left and I put on 2 tank trinkets so I could live that boss, and then I also went like full single target talents because we had the
Wait,
timer in
for
that key for
Tempest, you
20.
needed the things for the last boss.
For what?
For the last
Or
boss,
for
you need the
no,
tank
for
trink?
for the third one, the one that's
Oh,
like
for Kajin. Okay.
really
Okay, I
big
see.
rot damage. Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Wow.
because we couldn't live it. Like we tried so many times with like me being AoE talents and not playing 2 tank trinkets. I put on like the Farok trinket and the word trinket, just to live that fight. Because we knew we had the timer, we just needed me to live that fight, and so it was worth it for me to do that. That was kind of funny.
Okay, that's pretty crazy. But where's the graveyard before Kajin?
It was the frog boss. So as soon as you killed Gulping Goliath,
yeah.
the graveyard update's right there.
So, but how do you go back? Like, how do you go out and come back in? Like, do you just Hearthstone?
You
and then...
you dungeon portal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. On Tournament Realm, you would just do the town portal, but
Yeah.
on live server, I would yeah, we would dungeon portal, and if we ever brick the key, then I can't do that strategy again. We also did something
true.
cool. We had a really cool strategy for Brackenhide last boss. We actually didn't have a healer for it.
What? Really?
Our Mistweaver left and went Windwalker, and then we nuked all the totems, and it was really easy for us.
Wait, that's actually so cool.
Yeah, it was
makes
cool. We
sense.
just had 4 DPS, and I don't know. We never got close on a totem ever.
That's cool. Yeah, and that boss, most people also, or not most people, but some people had their Argivoker go deaf, I guess.
Yeah.
Made sense. And like Mage's respec to something else. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't know. I think it would be kind of cool to talk about stuff like this and see it, but then at the same time, yeah, maybe a bit strange. Especially it's hard to figure out what people really do, I guess, while it's happening. Because we can see them go out and come back in, but we don't know, unless it's like an obvious change, like from one spec to the other. But if it's just like some trinkets or some talent here and there, then it's kind of hard to figure out what even happened.
Yeah. And then sometimes last season, so survival was actually the best hunter spec last season, but BM was like uncapped AoE, and so I did some keys where I was like BM for the start as well. Like the start of Stone Vault, when there's just like all those mobs at the entranceway and it's really hard, that was a BM pull too. And then I would leave with the rogue and we'd both go different specs after.
But then you do like the rest of the dungeon this way, because like when you change the trinkets for Cajun in House of Infusion, then you have to do a last boss with the tank trinkets, no?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Yeah, it ended up being worth it because like basically we had the timer by like a minute. We knew that even with me with tank trinkets at that point, but I couldn't rate the whole key or we wouldn't make it. And so we decided like specifically on like Gulping, it would be worth to swap and then do the rest of that key with double tank trinkets.
Interesting. Okay, apparently we're waiting for our priests to get some chocolate. Because I think they'll need it to do that first pull.
No.
With chocolate, he means wheat. Okay. Or maybe chocolate
Oh.
and wheat. The best
It's
combo.
like special chocolate.
All right, we're going. This is it.
5, 4,
Ooh,
Yep, this
blonde
time for sure.
2,
white chocolate with caramel salted. Mmm, delicious. Now I'm jealous.
That sounds good. I love white chocolate. It's
Same.
yummy.
The expedition built the Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Belladar.
Oh. I guess we're pulling the...
Oh, you
we
changed the route.
pole.
I forgot.
Ah, okay, okay.
The devotees have become
Oh, I feel like this one's harder, to be honest, but...
The gods sought to kill him.
Okay, so now we basically have a knight, and we still have the sharpshooters. Let's see if we can get this guy
Yeah.
in somehow.
Each of his
He'll jump in like 2 seconds. Oh, he jumped on the guy you're sitting at again.
Ah,
and defeat
fuck. Oh wait, I got melee.
Oh.
Shit.
You ripped. You're too strong.
Yeah.
AoE.
Sneaky.
AoE.
So one thing that's really dangerous here is there's an overlap on the next thunderclap with the disrupting shout. They're like perfectly synced.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, so you want to defensive it if you can, or you can also line, but I think this might...
Ugh.
Oof. I
So
realized
which
the
one
hard
is
part.
that? Which
It's the
thunderclap or
third.
shot?
It's the third shout.
AoE.
Which is like the fourth thunderclap, I think.
Okay. So, third shout, you have to use a big defensive, guys. Remember this.
Yeah, I think it's exactly a minute in.
Oh, that's, I guess, good to know. Then I could use Barkskin at the very start and then have it again for that moment.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Not for this one, though.
Thing. That's crazy. They got meleeed though. It's
Yeah, it's
unfortunate. Oh,
always
he's
like the footmen, like these like 4 footmen at the start.
Mhm.
Because he attacks them at the start, but if I dot them, it's very easy for me to get aggro, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're moving on.
To play with you again.
Yeah.
I think they'd appreciate it if you visited them. The links
I've seen Priory enough.
misbehave.
Yeah. That's been a long one.
Or blame someone.
That group can definitely do it. It's just how long. Like it could be like a 3-hour endeavor.
Yeah. What do you think about the resilient system?
See if you can lend a hand.
I think overall, I think it's a very good change for the game.
Okay.
Ooh, 19.
Yeah, I doubt I get invited. I just randomly queue up for those keys once in a while.
I think they're really good because it helps. So for the way I interface with it, that is really positive is if I'm doing keys with my group and maybe like we deplete my key down to resilient 19, which is where we are right now. I can put my 19 key in LFG and push it up for the next session and then also help LFG out. So like before, if I ever had a key get lowered, I would never risk it in LFG because I'd be like, oh, well, like if I come back to my group and I have a 15, like this is gonna be bad.
Yeah.
So like I would just never play outside of my group. But now that I have resilient, sometimes I'll pug my resil keys to back up. Or also I can use them to like help guildies or friends like get IO as well.
True, yeah. And I guess
and
you
then
can earn a
LFG,
little
I
money
also
if
think
you
it's
just
just
sell
good.
it.
That is true. I see those groups all the time. It's like charging like 10K a run or something.
No, but that's a good point. I didn't think of that, yeah. Because, yeah, I definitely remember having like lower keys and just like the thought of doing it with a pug and lowering even further, like, just rather just not do it. But
Yeah.
resilient, that makes sense. Floodgate might be cool.
Yeah.
Or Motherlode. You started playing end of BFA, you said?
Start.
Okay, so you do
So the
remember
first season.
Motherlodes.
Yeah. That was my favorite key in BFA.
Really? Huh.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, every season it was a completely new key, it felt like. Because like in the first season, I think the pulls were like the first area, the second area, and then you skip the last two areas. And then like every season it was like you skipped a new section. It was just like a whole new dungeon, it felt like every time. Because like in season 4, we pulled the last section and I was like, oh, that section people used to skip everything there in the other seasons. And then in like the second season we used to pull like every peacekeeper at the start.
Yeah, true.
And like we would just, our tank would just run around and he'd be like shocking claw and just chasing my tank down. So
Yeah,
I liked it a lot there. And there was
fun.
also a lot of like little skill expressions, like dealing with all of the like thugs and the spritzer casts, and then the fan of knives, kicks and stops. They all felt really like there's nice skill expression to counter them. They kind of changed a lot of them though this time. Like they made the thug not stunnable, so you couldn't really stop him from charging people, and his charge is like really lethal. And then they also buffed the peacekeepers a ton, and so that whole section's just banned. So now this season there's another version of Motherload where you can't pull the start.
Yeah, what do you think about this season, Motherlode? Like, do you still like it or not so much?
It definitely lost points in my head.
Okay.
It was in VFA it was a lot better, I think.
Yeah, I think I also liked it in BFA more. I do like having to outplay the thugs. I think that was like a cool thing. At the same time, I also understand why people didn't like it, because some classes didn't have an easy time outplaying them. Generally, like melee players and whatnot. Oh wait, did they only charge ranged? I don't remember.
Yeah, if you had enough range, it would like prior range.
I remember this whole hunter thing where they put like a trap in front of them. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I guess, wait, I think we even stacked up as ranged, right? And the hunter just put the trap in
Yeah.
front. Yeah.
Yep. I would do exactly that all the time. The only bad part about BFA Motherload, I think, was Grease Gun. If you remember that. The mech jockeys randomly turn and one-shot people in high keys.
True. Oh my god, true. The grease gun. True.
Yeah. It still exists, but they nerfed it a lot. And so it usually doesn't one-shot now.
Alright, so we have a Motherlode here. We do have an interesting comp, so we do have a rogue
Warrior
and a
and
warrior.
rogue.
See what we can do. Motherlode is always on like, I don't want to say like low keys, but between like 12 and 16, it can be problematic because people want to do the skips, but then people just always fail the skips.
Yeah.
So... Is there a good way to deal with Peacekeeper's AoE? As far as I know, not really. Do you know something, Bansherz?
If the tank kites, I think it doesn't cleave to the group.
Yeah.
In that moment.
Yeah, so I guess if
So
everyone's really
everyone's,
low,
like,
the
weak,
tank
they
can
could do
just
that.
jump away for a sec. Okay, so we're only really doing that first skip here, which I guess is doable. We're not skipping
That's
the
good.
Peacekeeper here.
Something I like doing in pugs is like getting on like the yak at the top of the skip jump thing, because someone's always
yeah.
like slow, and then they can get on you if they're slow.
That's a good point. Helping out the others. It wouldn't be me being the fastest though, so that's not something I can do.
5, 4, 3,
Yeah.
2, 1.
Can't believe I'm like, oh, I'm really slow. Dude, like, yeah. Ooh, the rogue shroud, nice.
I feel like people forgot how good Rogue Shroud is because they
Yeah.
haven't really been meta in a while.
That's very true. Whenever I see it, I'm like, oh, nice shroud. Like, that's an ability.
Yeah. So far, so good.
Yeah.
I always like the music change when you walk over the dance pad back there.
Oh, yeah. Did you play that dance pad game like when you were younger?
Yeah, I did. DDR.
Yeah.
Actually, outside of WoW, I play a lot of like rhythm games and FPS games.
really?
Those are my main 2 games.
Yeah, that's cool. So like, do you also have like do you do like the VR? What's it called, Beat Saber?
Yep, I do that one. I think I do like basically all of them, like Osu, Guitar Hero, DDR, that kind of stuff.
Very cool. I love Beat Saber. I have to play more
Beat Saber's
often.
cool. I always feel like I could play Beat Saber forever somehow. Like I feel like it doesn't tire me out as much as like other rhythm games.
I do think it's like a good workout sometimes. So it definitely
Yeah.
tires me out a little. You have to stream that. You have to stream Beat Saber. People would watch that, right, chat? Would you guys watch Bansherz play Beat Saber?
We could do a collab Beat Saber stream.
Yeah. But you're probably like really good at it though. Which shooters do you play?
Lately I've mainly been playing like Apex and some of our rivals, but in the past I played like a way too much Counter-Strike and like way too much Call of Duty.
Okay. So like the 2 typical games, I guess, like that a lot of people play and spend a lot of time with.
Yeah.
I actually never played Call of Duty. Only played Counter-Strike, but only because other people like convinced me for so long to finally play it. But I'm just not, like, I don't like shooters. I'm just not very good at them. I think the main thing with shooters for me is that I'm just really bad at remembering maps. So I have to play a map like a million times to remember spots where people can come from. It's just really frustrating when other people say, oh my god, how could you not know that, like, this is obviously the spot where people are coming from? They're like, I don't fucking know where I'm even looking at right now.
That's interesting because I feel like Mythic Plus is all about learning maps.
You think
like,
so?
Yeah, I feel like every season you're learning like 8 maps.
Yeah, but like you don't really need to know the because many times when there's a raid or a new dungeon, then if you would literally like throw me somewhere onto the dungeon and point me at like a weird angle and you ask me where I am, I wouldn't know where I am. But I know what the mobs do and I know what the bosses do, you know? Or if somebody says, hey, you're here, now move to this raid boss, then I wouldn't know how to get there. But I know how the boss works. So I guess you don't
Have you
really
ever
need to
done the
know
like
that too much.
the WoW GeoGuessr?
Oh, I'm like horrible at WoW GeoGuessr.
That could be fun. Like you could have like a dungeon version of it, and see how you score.
Oh, I'd be really bad at it. So this dungeon unfortunately will not give me a score, by the way, so unfortunately your coaching score will not be improved after this one.
Oh no. If you went really fast, would it give you a fraction? Or
Maybe? Actually, I don't know what key level I have. I have a 17, so no. I
dang.
guess not.
Well, at least you're getting Valor Stones.
That's actually a good point, yeah. I do need those.
You probably do a couple upgrades after this or something.
Yeah, I should. How did you guys... Wait, did you play Motherload at all?
No. It wasn't in either day.
Oh, okay. How was the
We actually have a
dungeon
route.
selection
What's
for
up?
you? Like, for the MD, were you happy about the dungeons that you got, or would you rather have like different dungeons?
They were good. I think our worst dungeon's Floodgate, and it was on our first day, so it wasn't too bad. But otherwise, like our worst 2 dungeons, I think, are Cinder Brew and Floodgate, like as a comp compared to the other ones. And so we didn't have Cinder Brew, which is really good, but we did have Floodgate. But the other 6 we were fine with, and our best 2 were probably Rookery and Theater. So we were happy because we got both of those in different days, I guess.
True.
If like
Not
our
too bad
second
then.
day was like Theater and Rookery on the same day, on like the second day, that would have been like our best shot for finals, global finals.
Yeah.
Because our times in those 2 are like very competitive.
I guess it's another thing. Well, doesn't really have anything to do with the new format, but if you have certain dungeons that you're just better at than others, then that's just like unlucky, I guess, if you get them on certain days.
Yeah.
So who do you think is winning this weekend?
My guess was Wunderbar.
Okay.
I think that's I don't know, they seemed really dominant in the oh, that was sketchy.
Yeah.
That was they seemed really dominant so
Your
far.
survival wasn't necessary.
You don't believe in the mandatory 3rd win?
I think they definitely can. I think it's definitely between, well, those 2 have the highest likelihood, and then I think Miscount could also compete if I think if they play really well, and like the other teams maybe have like one bad key or 2.
How long did you ever consider like competing in MDI before this season, or?
I've done time trials twice, but both with like kind of like unserious attempts, I guess.
Okay.
My group tried last season with no practice to do the time trials just to see if we would do it. And then I also was on a team in season 2 of Dragonflight with Yoda and T1 and Rek and Greg, if you know Seraphine.
Yeah.
And that team didn't qualify. We were like one team short of time trial qualifications, but we also didn't take that one seriously. It was like that group was like when they formed it, they were just like, hey, we're gonna do this with like minimal practice and see if we qualify.
Okay.
And so yeah, but this was the first time we qualified with my current group.
Okay, alright, cool. Are you guys sticking together and trying again next time?
Currently that's the plan, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we learned a lot, so like if we take what we learned going forward, maybe we can plan for second day this time and like slowly prog.
What is it you learned, like from broader terms? I know I'm sure there's like a bunch of like specific stuff, but
Well, one thing is we didn't practice enough, but also we didn't. If we had known the dates, we could have cleared our schedules better. But basically, our schedules didn't line up, and that wasn't like it was preventable because we like planned a lot of things during that time, like way in advance. But we could have just not if we had known the dates ahead of time and like knew we were gonna do it. Because when we qualified, we kind of also we took time trials more seriously this time because we knew the previous season and we tried it that if we just put more hours in that we would definitely qualify.
yeah.
And so this time we did that and then we didn't really think about the actual tournament. And so we're like, oh, so now we have to practice for first day. And so we like we practiced the first 3 dungeons on the first day like really hard. But then we didn't really practice the second day stuff. So that was because we didn't beat enough to practice it. And so now basically we would be better time management basically.
Yeah.
That's what we learned.
That's
We basically learned how to do that.
Generally, like super important for the MDI that a lot of people that are just watching, they don't really, because obviously they don't see how people are practicing, but I guess it's really tough to kind of like figure out how much time you put into what and which pools should you even be attempting and how risky should you be going, how much are you practicing like the lower key levels versus the higher key levels and all that kind of stuff. I can see, I can imagine how complicated it is, I guess.
Yeah, especially with this format because at least going into this MDI, all of our practice, so we did a lot of live keys too, and so we've done every key at this point like on at least 19. So like we like have like good practice in every key, but the thing is like with the comp differences, we needed to practice our off comp basically. That was where most of the practice time that we missed, we didn't do. So we only have like hours on our main comp and then our other comp suffered.
Are you planning on doing something different with your comp next time, or?
Well, we would probably play into banning our worst specs the first day.
Okay.
Because our current tournament, or the current MDI, when we did it, we banned our best specs first, which just to make it to the next day. But ideally, we would have. I tried to ban like worse specs, but we didn't have enough practice on those specs to make all the 2 chest timers on the 16s and make sure that we're getting the 18s and the 19s and stuff.
Yeah. It's tough, I guess. I also talked to like Shelle and Royven, and they said that it was a little bit rough for them to practice because they ended up almost not qualifying for Sunday because they did not put as much effort into their like off spec, but then at the same time like it's kind of strange for you, like how much time should you be putting into your first day versus your second day, because if you're putting a lot of time into your first day, then maybe you don't make it to globals, and the other way around, and I guess it's just really tough to figure out. And you can kind of look at who your competition is and kind of assume how good they would be, but then sometimes people all of a sudden just perform really well, especially when they play the meta comp, right? So it's hard to underestimate like teams.
Yeah, like in hindsight, looking back, so on our second specs, we had it down so that we would we planned the first day out at getting like 57 points with the, or 56 points with our off specs. But with our main comp, we knew we could do 57, and looking at the other people in our cup, we were pretty sure we needed the 57, and 56 wouldn't have cut it. But in hindsight, 56 would have worked just fine. And so we could have just played off specs, and then our second day would have been better.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to figure that out, I guess.
Yeah.
So, do you actually know how... Okay, so these testers, like the weapons that they're throwing or whatever it's called, does it actually do damage in its path or no?
It's like an area around the person it targets.
Okay, but not...
It's like right
it looks like
here.
they're shooting it out from their character, but it's not like in a line. It's just like around me.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like we just... Yeah, we like spread out.
Well, oh,
wish you had
oh, I
lasted a
guess I didn't
little
see
longer.
that
Aw.
because it spawned in a
That
while.
was sneaky.
So the thing that you want to watch out for the most here in this area is, I guess, like spreading out. And if you're targeted by an Echo Blade, you want to, I don't know, use something and watch out that you not get targeted by something else as well.
Yeah, I think it's 10 yards around you for the Echo Blade. So like,
Okay.
what I do, since I'm the only range in my group, I stand like far enough away that like my group, I want to like interacting with them. And then whoever gets targeted by it, they like spread out.
Okay. Yeah, it's true. I guess for melee, for like a full melee comp, it's much harder to deal with those blades.
Yeah, some packs have 2 weapon testers, and so like the 2 people who get it kind of like, maybe they have to leave melee if they happen at the same time, but like they get out and then the other people like just stay away from them.
Oof. Our healer is a blob.
He's a goo. It's kind of funny. Warriors can reflect that, and so the mobs can turn into goos.
Oh. But you, like, do they get out when you attack them immediately or no?
I think they stay.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. Are you guys skipping this pack?
We kill it. It's good for our target count. So we kill it currently.
Okay. And I guess you also pulled like the war machine onto the boss.
Yeah. And then we also, some groups CC the specialist, but we leave it for my 3 target. The specialist is like the guy who drops like the red
Oh.
puddles.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, a lot of groups like polymorph it and like leave it out. But it's worth it. So we leave them in.
Does Guardian Druid struggle for this fight in particular? Because Bansherz even had their definitely flops once in a while.
If they play really well, they're pretty good at dealing with this boss. So like they just time their frenzy regens really well, and they can kind of keep themselves up. One thing that people don't realize, so this mechanic right here, if someone has this catalyst on them, they can actually meld it, but it's not good to meld it because the boss doesn't auto the tank while they're doing that. Same with this blast. So like you could meld this, but you shouldn't.
Yeah.
Because otherwise the tank gets an extra hit. And that's every time the boss hits the tank, it's like very infrequent. It's like every like couple seconds. And if they get like 3 hits in a row, that's the only time they can really die. And so anytime someone melds that, they're maybe killing their tank.
Okay, interesting. Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah. But on that note, the War Machine, I don't know if you knew this, but see how it's casting Charge Shot? You can actually meld that. So once he starts casting the cast, if you hit meld, then the rest of the shots that are coming out from AoE on the War Machine, they won't hit you.
Really? Okay, that's
Yeah,
sick.
so in 1 second here, once that finishes, you can hit meld. And now the rest of them won't hit you.
Oh yeah, that's insane. Okay, that's really cool.
Yeah. And that also works with Feign Death. So like while we're
okay.
trying to meld that defensively, but we want to make sure, like for example, the rogue that just got it right there. Well, if he had melded to like do the war machine and he didn't realize he had the blast, then he might have killed the tank.
Oh yeah. Okay, I can see that.
So it's like,
Can be a problem. Yeah.
yeah. So it's a lot of little things.
It also looked like I didn't know that this is how it works either. But when the rogue died with the fixate of the blast, then she just kept doing the blast towards us. I guess, or maybe she refixated or something. But there was no visual.
Yeah, like it points at the tank if that happens,
Ah, okay.
which gets rough. And then here it looks like your tank's moving to pull the other war machine. Maybe. Maybe he decided he's had enough. He doesn't want it.
Guardian Druid in general is pretty tanky, no? Like, or do you have
Yeah.
to deal with the tank issues a lot?
It's good. Sometimes he has awkward things like Big Mama and Floodgate is a hard fight for him, and the first boss in Priory too. But besides those two, that's like kind of the two main spots that he struggles with.
What's the problem with Big Mama?
It's the tank buster. It just it happens too frequently and it's too strong. So like he runs out of buttons, and so we have to like usually cocoon him, but it's really good to have the cocoon for the group for the like pulsing damage from the boss. And so it's I don't know. I feel like DH doesn't get affected by the Electro Crush as much because like it's mostly magic and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
There's just one mine
Yeah.
coming to you guys.
Yeah. What happens a lot for this pool here is that like the tanks go and pull and then they die and then you just lose so much time. I've seen that happen a lot. But
What Magritte does is kind of mean. We just run up and then everyone else melds their mines onto me, and then I just run in circles as the range,
Oh.
like around the group.
That makes sense though, but yeah.
Yeah, it's like a little faster, but I don't know. Then I have to run away from all the mines.
Yeah.
And then also those circles can only target range players, the red circles. And so I also get all of those too.
Oh shit. So you seem to be having a good time for these pools.
Yeah. So it's a hard one. It's kind of fun when you have all those responsibilities though. Like when I have like 10 mines on me and like 100 circles, it's like, at least I'm doing something, you know? Feels good.
Yeah, that's such a hunter thing, honestly. Like, I remember in the past, literally every ability that you had to deal with somehow, it was always like a hunter job.
Yeah. I feel like Augs took her job when they were meta.
If the healer can't do it. It's the first person to always get the job is, of course, the healer.
Yeah, a good thing to do on the double war machine packs like this is to do a meld when they're both active at the same time. It's a good time to do it.
That's a little bit of a rough pull to get the two war machines here, I guess. And a specialist, and now I think we're pulling another double war machine pack. Oh no,
I think you're gonna count. I think your tank's gonna do the skip or something.
I guess we're not playing the routes.
Yeah, I don't know. He went off the rails.
Yeah.
Unless that was the two of them.
Well, maybe?
Nah, there's no way.
He would have walked really far.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
okay, he
there's no-
didn't.
Does Shroud prevent you from pulling the mines? No, not really, right?
No, you have to dodge them still. I had to guess your tank's gonna do the little skip here and everyone's gonna go on the right.
I remember when in BFA, in the MDI, we had these like the mini bosses, and the Mistweavers would kite them. Like they just didn't kill any of them, and then they kited them around this room. Oh, he died. It's just fake combat, I guess, right?
Yeah, as long as that mine doesn't walk through them. You might have to kill the mine.
Yeah. In 4 minutes 30, that's fine, right?
Yeah, you're good.
Yes.
It's a little tight, but as long as there's no deaths, you guys got this.
I don't have lust.
Hmm.
Right where you belong, under my heel.
Oh,
No melt.
I don't have melt.
Take some high caliber carnage.
We're not currently optimizing our damage very much.
Take some high caliber carnage.
Where is the safe spot actually? Like it's just like this general area here?
It's like it's the corner closest to the center of the room in that grate.
Is it
Like,
the whole
see that
grate?
totem? No, it's like kind of what that totem is. Like you're in it right now.
Oh, okay. Vermin, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate
You're still
that.
safe there, even though there's a bot on you, because that bot actually doesn't work.
Wait, which bot doesn't work?
The one like kind of, you know when the firewall goes away at the very end, and you can like walk behind the boss's platform, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the one that spawns right up there, facing the safe spot. That's why the safe spot works. Is because that one in specific doesn't it never shoots.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay, 2 minutes. Okay, I believe.
Yep.
Count? Yes. Okay.
You do have meld back up.
Okay, yeah, let's press it. Oh man. Do you jump through the Gatling gun sometimes? Or do you just like avoid it?
I always avoid it. I know I can live if I disengage and wall through it, or turtle through it, but I never want to take the risk. I feel like there's
Yeah.
some level where it's not going to work, and then I don't want to rip like our first 21 or something.
Yeah. Alright, 23 seconds left. Nice. Let's hope somebody got
Big.
score. Ooh, nice. They all got score. Perfect.
That means you got extra valor stones.
Yeah.
Looking for someplace new to explore?
I can probably upgrade like 4 items. Okay, probably just 2, but...
It's good.
560 valor stones. Oh my god, I'm rich.
Wait, that's a lot. Or maybe we can do a bunch.
Oh.
The cartels are always hiring temp workers to pick up odd jobs. See if you can lend a hand.
Alright, so I do have to leave soon, so I wanted to ask if there's anything else that you specifically wanted to say or share before we wrap up.
No, nothing. It was fun. That was a
Yeah.
nice little coaching sesh.
I do appreciate you joining on short notice again, and sorry that you had to wake up so early. But,
that's fine.
I do hope that people learned a lot, and I learned a lot too. Lots of like cool little tricks and tips, and generally I think it's really cool that you guys are playing like the off-meta combat that you were doing so well. I think it's it takes a lot more effort to do well with like a comp like this instead of just, you know, switching to meta every time and just copy pasting other people's routes and whatnot. So I do think that is very fucking cool. And congrats on your performance last time. Hopefully next time when you compete, you're gonna get to the global final so we can cheer you guys on in the global as well. And yeah, make sure you say hi to your team. And if any of them wants to join one of the boot camps at some point, just let me know.
Sure, I'll tell them.
And yeah, I'll give you a shout out in the chat as well so people can follow your stream. Do you stream a lot?
Yeah, usually every time we're pushing or raiding, I stream. So usually at least like 3 to 4 times a week.
Okay, very cool. And do you also do like YouTube content?
Yeah, I post all of our timed runs that give IO on YouTube, like every single one of them. And then all of our prog kills and raid, I also post them.
Okay, very cool. So lots of content to watch out for, I guess specifically for hunters as well, but yeah, generally just anyone who wants to hang out. But as I was checking out your stream yesterday, you're definitely like, it seems like you have a very educational stream where you also like explain a lot of stuff when people are asking. So in case anyone, I'm gonna send all of the people with Hunter questions to you now.
Nice.
All right. Well, thank you so much
Yeah, I'll
for joining.
take them all.
And
Yeah, thanks for having
nice
me.
rest of your day.
You too. See ya.
Thank you. Bye bye. All right. Man, we got so much score with Bansherz, guys. Dudes, we're like... What score am I? Okay, we didn't quite manage to get 3.5k, but... Still, I think Bansherz is number 1 right now when it comes to score gained from coaches. I do think that he might be number 1. Bansherz also on YouTube. Yeah, if you want to check out his YouTube, it's the same name as his Twitch name. It's Bansherz with the C at the end. He sounded super nice. He's super nice, yeah. It was very, very chill. Very nice to have him come on and explain some of the stuff. And he had like a lot of insight too, like a lot of very cool tricks and tips. Like the thing with the war machine, Shadow Melt. I did not know that. And that's such a good piece of information for people to know. And there's a bunch of other stuff as well. And I really like the way he explained, like the way they're approaching like routes and different kinds of stuff when it comes to their comp in particular. Very cool. We love Bansherz. He's cool. He's very cool. A King B, yeah. Did you play in the MDI once? I did play in the very first MDI, yes. And then I missed some subs. I'm so sorry, Anita. I saw your 55 months resub, and I wanted to say thank you, but then we were talking, and then I forgot. Nice to see you at Bansherz. He's a very nice guy. Thank you so much for the 55 months, Anita. And Paranoid, thank you so much for the sub as well. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, guys. Okay, well, that was very nice. That was very nice. Hope you guys, you off-spec people did learn a thing or two about how to like approach this. The one thing I guess I learned, which to be fair I kind of knew this already, like the number one thing I guess that is just true is that if you play an off-spec and you want to do well in a class, you just have to put more work in it. Like that's just unfortunately how it's gonna be, right? But thankfully we do have like really cool content creators out there for off-spec people. Like if you're a hunter, for example, then you can just check out Bansherz stream and you're gonna get so much cool info about how to like what talents and stuff to go for each dungeon, how to like which pools work, which pools don't for your class, and which groups to sign up to. So I guess like generally speaking, the content creators that we have in World of Warcraft are so good, honestly. Like the amount of people that make content for specific specs and classes and stuff is really cool. So even though, yes, you do have to put more work in to get the score that a meta class would be able to get much easier, I do think that if you are playing like a niche class, it also creates like this like smaller little community that you can join, and you can figure out all these neat little tricks and stuff, right? So as I said, like if you're a hunter, you can join Bansherz community and get like really good at maximizing what hunters can do. And I mean, hunters are really good. Like the amount of damage hunters sometimes do is crazy. I see hunters blast all the time. So it's not like hunter is bad. It's just that maybe it doesn't fit quite perfectly into like a current meta comp, right? So if you just look when you go to the LFG tool and you make sure you're looking for the groups that specifically like kind of support the physical damage part, right? Because that I do see it a decent amount of times that people form like physical god comp groups. Like obviously mainly it's meta, right? But I definitely do see it more often that people start making more physical focused comps. Thanks to Bansherz and Esartharian, I get invited to 12s SS 3.2k MM Hunter main. Yeah, there you go. No beam, no dream. I see more hunters kissing the ground because they don't know how to use defensives. Yeah, I guess it's a point like I didn't necessarily ask too much about. But Bansherz said that their defensives are very similar to mage defensives, except barrier. And I think mage is very... So I guess the way it works is that... Or the problem with those defensives, if it's the same with mage, I don't know, is that you kind of need to know when to press them. Like you have really good defensives, but if you don't know when to use them, then they're not going to help you. Because there's classes who have passive defensives, like DK or whatever, right? Or a Red Paladin. There's some classes who are just like naturally tankier. Or maybe Warlock as well. And then I feel like that's like a much easier way. Because then you don't need to know anything. You're just generally tankier, right? And then there's some classes who have a lot of defensives, but they are like active defensives. You have to press them. And that's much harder to do, right? So Hunter might have some good defensives, but if you don't know when to press them, if you don't do them in a correct way, then you're fucked. And I guess it's somewhat similar with Mage, because Mage does have a lot of stuff, but if they don't use it properly, then they'll also just die really fast. Thanks to the 2 charges of survival now on 1.5 minutes to D, Hunter feels super comfy. Your healer disagrees. Oh. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. A moment. All right. So it turns out that the thing that I have to leave for, which is the MDI rehearsal, I thought it would be at 7. So I wanted to leave around this time to make sure I can still have dinner before. But I think it's at 8 now. I double checked the time and I think it's at 8. Yeah, I think it's 8. I mean, unless it shows the time in my time zone, so it has to be. I think it is 8. I think we can play one more gear. What? Wait, first we have to upgrade our gear, though. Hey, Smash Rubik, what's up? I saw a Shadow Priest get 2-shot in at 11 from Gunners. He was 674 and died in 0.4 seconds. Oh no. Thank you so much for 13 months, Sauerkraut. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Thank you. Kuras, what if you disable the Prime completely? Does that work? I guess it doesn't. I guess it doesn't work because then if somebody subscribes to Prime, then you don't see the Prime. Okay, that kind of sucks. Or? I mean, there has to be a solution for this. This seems weird. I'm gonna show it as a normal sub. Yeah, just show it as a normal sub then, yeah. Yeah, we don't need to specify that it's Prime.
There is much to be done.
I don't think we really care about that. Alright, let's upgrade this. Oh my god, look at all of these Valor points. Insanity. Oh my god, look at me go! Gilded of the Undermine. I'm the Gilded of the Undermine, guys. Okay. 675, not too bad, not too bad. We're getting there, guys, we're getting there. Shit, this ring still needs to be upgraded so much. Fuck. Also still need to craft items too, oh god. Okay, one more keyword score before I have to leave. And this has to be fast. Fast-ish. Floodgate, haven't done Floodgate today. Shit, look, there's a fist comp. Vanpo, thank you so much for 46 months. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Thank you. Fast meaning what? First pull? Potentially, yes. With a Paladin Demon Hunter?
No.
Yeah. Maybe they don't know. Oh! Dude, I just got Valor points gifted to me. Oh my god.
This world is vast and
Free Valor? Incredible.
dies in strong winds.
Feral Rogue or Warrior? Well, I can't believe they do a physical god comp or a physical comp and they are picky about which physical comp they want. Unbelievable. I have a hard time deciding which item to spend my crest on, so I just started on the left side from the top. That'll do it, Sim, that'll do it. I'm gonna turn up the music a little bit again. Let me know if it's too loud now. 18 Cinderbrew. The way I upgrade stuff usually is, I mean, weapon first, of course, makes sense. Sometimes upgrading trinkets doesn't actually make that much sense. It would, like, you would think that upgrading trinkets makes sense, but sometimes trinkets don't scale that well with item level. Not every trinket, at least. So I would, if you want to take it like very detailed, then you should technically sim that. But then one of the most obvious things is usually upgrading your like highest stat slots first, right? Like upgrading a chest would make more sense than upgrading shoulders. Like the highest stat slots is chest and legs, and then shoulders, and then gloves. Oh, helmet. Sorry, I forgot helmet. Helmet, chest, and legs are highest stat slots, and then it's shoulders and gloves. What key do we want to do? Maybe I really want a priory. Why is it so hard to do a priory? This doesn't look very promising. I mean, I could do just a 16 as well. Am I the only one, like, with a low priory? I feel like these people that queue up the priories have much lower score than I have. Is it normal that priory is your lowest key? It has to be. It's brutal for the healer, so I guess a lot of people fail it. It's just brutal for everyone. I don't think it's necessarily like a healer thing, is it? It's literally just like the sharpshooters are tough. There's so many casters. The paladins are rough. The light spawns are rough. The bosses aren't even that hard. And the bosses are whatever. It's made it trash. Yeah. Oh, and brown pack, I guess. Yeah, like the mini boss. To be fair, whenever you're failing something, usually blaming the healer works. Beat timer. You just missed 18 priority by 2 seconds? Fuck, Jake, that really sucks. Yikes. Ooh, it's a time where my Spotify playlist turns into a country playlist. The first boss is brutal for the healer. The first boss? I guess. Yeah, but like, I'm not saying that prior isn't hard for the healer. I'm just saying that almost all the time when I wipe in prior, it's not because we died to lack of healing. Like almost all the time, I deplete that key to the first pull not going well, which is almost never a healing issue. It's almost always a something else, like cast going through, sharpshooters not stacking up, like blah blah blah. And then we also wipe on the pull after the first boss, which is also usually not necessarily a healer issue. It's also like smites going through on top of like AoEs or whatever. Put your tips on note, please. This tip thing's getting out of control. It's so cringe, actually. Ugh. I hate it. Actually, the biggest cringe thing ever. Alright, we got invited. Let's go.
The orphans of Merodar have been asking to play with you again. I think they'd appreciate it if you visited them. The links, get the zoomies and misbehave. Take one for a run before it maims someone.
So, certainly this is gonna work out. They need to ban it or something. I don't think they'll ban it. Because boosting in general is allowed, right? So, unfortunately, that's just not gonna be banned. Wait, but it is not allowed to put boost runs into LFG though, right? Like, that's not actually allowed, right? Yeah, so I guess they could for sure ban that somehow. Gold is fine. I don't think so. I don't think you can do gold boost runs in LFG. So they should also not be allowed to do the tip thing. Yeah, you know what? I might also... You know what? I actually might also start doing that. Reporting people for advertisement. You can gold trading for service not against the US. But putting it in LG is... You're not allowed to put your boosting services into the LFG. We're not saying that the boosting itself is not allowed. We're saying that it's not allowed to put it in LFG. No, I think... No, you guys have... Like, maybe you missed this, but... it was 100% banned to advertise boosting in LFG. Because do you guys not remember? It's not actually that long ago either, I think, where some of these boosting like websites, guilds, whatever, they started like flooding the LFG tool with boosts. Like the whole LFG tool was just full of people like advertising their boost services. And then they banned it. They didn't allow it for you to like advertise your boost service anymore in LFG. And this probably falls under that, right? Because it's like you are basically advertising your boost service. If you are putting like your key in LFG. So I do think that it actually should fall under that category, and it should technically be reported, I guess. How was your journey getting to 3.4k as a DPS? Getting into high keys as Mystery Monk feels tough. Everyone takes priests. Well, I just really slowly got to my score by... I mean, honestly, I don't know.
4, 3.
I feel like I just
2,
like slowly
1.
got a score here and there by just doing one key higher. It has been a decently long journey. But I am playing a meta class, so I definitely am getting invited to stuff. I usually don't have to wait that long. If I don't queue up for something like crazy, right? Like obviously if I queue up for a plus 20 key, then I will have to wait for a long time. But if I just queue up for a key that is like one level higher than the one that I have, then usually I get invited somewhat fast. Also not always though. But since I'm streaming, I usually value doing content higher than getting score. So if I don't get invited fast enough, then I will just queue for a key that I already have. Like I will queue for a key level that does not give me score eventually, you know. Which I guess not really helping you, but yeah. Oh, I got impaled, oh god. Oh, we killed them both, nice.
Shame, ma'am. Your training grounds fall to the intruders.
Oh shit.
Only the strongest.
That fireball killed me, really? Man. Wait, I had lunging strike on me? Wait, there's no way that lunging strike hit me. Did it actually? My brain is a little bit slow right now. I had a lot of chamomile tea. So my brain has slowed down a little. there's actually like Skydray. So there's a like the hunter I just talked to, Bansherz. He plays in a group with a Mistweaver, and I think that Mistweaver also streams. So maybe you can check them out a little bit, see if they have anything like useful that will help you out on how to, I don't know, how to get invited to PAX more, or how to generally just. Ortimus MW on Twitch. Yeah, there we go. Ortimus MW. Ooh. Woo. That's a pull. So far so good. New route unlocked. Perfect. Yeah, but yeah, I do see where the problem is though. Like, I remember when I played off meta. I mean, I sometimes play Moonkin when it's not meta, right? And it kind of depends on the season, but sometimes it's really rough. I do think that Mistweaver technically shouldn't be doing that badly right now because it fits really well into the physical comp. So, like, if you just always look out for physical comps, then technically you should get invited, but yeah, it's not gonna be the best. But I do remember, for example, when like season 2 and season 3 of Dragonflight was just such a nightmare to not be meta. When we had this whole Aug Evoker, Shadow Priest, mage thing going on. God, that was a nightmare. Like, it was so rough to get invited. What's with this fist slash magic comps? Is that really matter what type of damage the group does? So the reason why they call it, the reason why you have like a physical comp or a magic comp is because of the class buffs. The damage that your group does doesn't actually matter for the mobs. Like, the mobs don't care if you do physical damage to them or if you do magic damage to them. But your damage gets amplified by certain buffs. Like, you just synergize better. Like, let's say you have a warrior in your group that gives you attack power shout. Well, if 3 people in your group do magic damage, then you're not going to benefit off of that shout. If your full group is a physical damage group, then everyone benefits off of that shout, doing more damage, you know? So that's why they split the groups this way. Like, this like physical god comp that everyone's talking about, the one that Bansherz is also like part of, they play a Guardian Druid who has Market of Wild, which honestly that would buff everyone equally, but it's still nice for everyone. Then they have a warrior with shout, so attack power shout. Then they have a Mistweaver that has a physical damage increase, debuff on the mobs. Yeah, fuck, I knew I'm
Only
gonna
the
die.
strongest
I-
survive.
I cornered myself. And then they have... Oh wait, we wiped? Oh no. What happened? How did we all die? I like I'm just like, everyone's looking at each other. It's like, what are we doing? I was like, hey guys, so... Hey Wide, what's up? Yeah, I think we're... Yeah, I don't have time to do one more. It's not resilient either, they're doing 15. 3 expansions in a row, no Brewmaster.
The cartels are always hiring temp workers to pick
Sure,
up
Brewmaster hasn't been meta in a long time, actually. In M+. Yeah, you're right. Oh yeah, I do think that melee is definitely pretty... Like, melee is by default just harder to play than ranged. In M+. Almost always. It's just because the mobs... Like, first of all, you see less. Because you have all of these animations around the mobs. Right, so you see your character less, which means it's harder to dodge, like, stuff on the ground and stuff, right? So you have less overview. And then on top of that, there's quite a few mobs that have a frontal that ranged really don't care about. So it's like... Also, many times when there's things that are getting thrown at you, then being further away means you have more reaction time, right? Because there's projectiles that are being thrown at you from the mob or from the boss to you. And if you stand in melee range, it's obviously going to reach you quicker, which means it's harder for you to react. So in general, just being in melee is a little bit tougher, usually. One season in buffet, I'm still living in the hope of the return of the brew in season 3, but I'm not holding my breath. Yeah, that might be a tough one. The Tuscany tours via bike? Yes, I'm gonna do the Tuscany tour with a bike, yeah. We're gonna do a proper backpacking tour this time though. So I'm not gonna have the stuff in my hotel. We're basically taking everything with us, go from the first hotel to the second hotel, and then there we take everything with us again, and then we go to the third and so on. So it's gonna be like a proper backpacking thing where I don't have like a backup store somewhere, a backup storage. I want to tank, but I don't know anything about mythic dungeons. Yeah, I do think that if you're new, it's a little bit rough to be a tank initially. I don't think I would recommend starting out as a tank. I think starting out as a damage dealer and then switching to tank makes more sense because as a tank, you just have so much responsibility on you. And it's going to be pretty rough because people are... Like, you're basically like leading the group as a tank, and if you don't know the dungeons very well, then that's gonna be really tough. So I do recommend starting out as like a damage dealer and then switching to tank later. I would say so, at least. I mean, you can also just play tank, right? But I'm just saying it's a bit rough. Where's the new headset? I haven't gotten my new headset yet. They did send it to me though, but I haven't gotten it yet. Yeah, they did send me the new headset. Then I can finally maybe use my audio interface properly. Is there a big skill gap between 10s and 12s? I don't know. Probably not really. I do think there's like, I do think the biggest skill gap happens as soon as things start killing you. I guess it sounds dumb, but because things can kill you in all key levels, but there's like a certain threshold, and this depends on the current item level, right? So this was a different key level before the hyper boost or turbo boost season than it is now. Like, basically, there's a certain key level where things, if you don't do them correctly, kill you. And it's a range. It's not like one key to the next. It's like a key range. And as soon as that happens, usually that's where the skill difference comes from. And this is actually very interesting too, because, you know, when I started this whole bootcamp thing, this and plus bootcamp, I already had a lot of high keys done in people's minds. Like, people looked at my score and people saw I already have like a lot of 14s and 15s done when I started the M plus bootcamp. And when I had people explain the dungeons to me, people thought I'm joking, or people said I'm pretending to not know these things when I actually didn't know. And the reason why I had the score that I had without knowing these things was because, first of all, obviously I've been playing this game for a long time and some things are just intuitive. But then on the other hand, sometimes making a mistake on like a 13 or 14 key doesn't actually kill you immediately. As long as you use your defenses properly and you heal and do stuff, you know? So basically what happened to me as a Moonkin is like, I just beam whenever I see a lot of mobs casting. I see my health go low, I press some defensives, or go bear form. Otherwise I just do damage and dodge the things on the floor. I do things that are obvious, right? And then up to that point, you manage to get there. But then as soon as things start one-shotting you, and as soon as you actually have to play mechanics properly to go further, that's where my score stopped, right? I didn't manage to get any higher than that. And that's when I started doing the M plus bootcamp. So I got like the explanation on how everything works properly, so I could actually get higher. Thank you so much for the 88 months, Kasanu. What's up? I'm happy to be here, seeing Kara do amazing stuff, and Kuros keeping the chat clean and the wonderful chat, of course. That's it. That's the message. Thank you so much, Kasanu. And I'm happy that you are here too, Kasanu. And I'm sure Kuros in the chat is happy that you're here too. Thank you, thank you. The last time I saw Naguura tank was BFA. I remember a freehold with her tanking. Yeah, definitely. I definitely played Guardian Druid once in a blue moon. And Moonkin form does not have the same armor as Bear form. Bear form has a little bit more armor. But Moonkin form does have a lot of armor. The main thing why people go Bear form is because you have a lot more health in Bear form. But the armor, like, you wouldn't necessarily want to switch to Bear just for the armor. Then it would have to be like a lot of damage. Right? Because Moonkin form does have a lot of good armor as well. Alright guys, I'm gonna have to leave for today. I'm gonna have to get my MDI rehearsal in. I need to make sure everything is set up, make sure I get some food. And then I will see you guys tomorrow. I actually thought I wouldn't be streaming tomorrow, but now I changed my mind and we have some stuff to do. So that means you get a bonus stream tomorrow. Tomorrow, I do have to go to the hairdresser first at 9 a.m. I don't know how long it's gonna take. Probably a decent amount of time because dyeing your hair just takes forever apparently. So probably around like 11 a.m. noon. And then the plan for tomorrow is that I'm doing like a half IRL, half gaming stream. So first I'm gonna be prepping my bike for the Tuscany tour. So I'll be streaming that. So I'll be cleaning the bike, getting some, like, preparing some stuff, like packing some things, making sure my bike is all nice and ready. I need to do like two different, like I basically need to pack two different things because the first 4 days we're doing a bike packing tour where I can only bring things that are on my bike. But then afterwards, I'm gonna stay in Tuscany for 1.5 weeks, like a week longer, just for vacation. And on the vacation part, we're taking our car with us. So for the vacation part, I can bring more stuff. I can bring like extra clothes and like extra things, right? So I basically need to have like two like different kinds of thought processes, like what do I need to bring on a bike and what do I want to bring like generally. So maybe I'll figure that out tomorrow. And I need to clean the bike and also figure out my camera setup a little bit. But yeah, so I'll do that first tomorrow, and then we're gonna go on a short hike to the office, and then I'm gonna play Core Punk. Tomorrow we're gonna check out Core Punk again. I already played Core Punk before. It was really fun the first time. The only thing that was a little bit bad the first time was that I didn't have enough time to see the endgame further. In case you don't know what Core Punk is, it's like an MMORPG, but in like a MOBA kind of style. It's very interesting. It has like Fog of War, and it's interesting. You're gonna see it. It's very cool. I personally really liked it. So I'm gonna play that again. And since this time I know the game already, hopefully I can see a little bit further, and I'm not lacking this like, I'm not gonna be lost at the start, hopefully. So yeah, I'm excited for that too. And that I will probably play tomorrow at around 2 p.m. So yeah, tomorrow we do bike preparing, small little hike / walk into Core Punk. It's a plan at least. Let's see if I can do it. And yeah, then of course there's MDI tomorrow as well in the evening. Global Finals starting at 7 p.m. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. Remember to follow my stream if you haven't yet. That would be very much appreciated. Huge shout out again to Bansherz for the bootcamp. And make sure you follow my YouTube channel. I post the bootcamps on the channel there. The next bootcamp that I'm posting is the one with Nagi, where we talked about UI and add-ons. There's a lot of useful information on that one, so make sure you check out my YouTube channel for that. And yeah, check out my Instagram and my Discord as well. I post about my schedule and everything there, what I'm up to. And of course, don't forget about my Tuscany tour from the 3rd of June to the 6th of June. Note it down. All right, let's host somebody. Are there any M+ gamers gaming right now? Oh, is there a Bridgewater cycling? I don't see her. One sec. Oi. So, okay, let's host an M+ player then. What's privacy mode? Wait, like just like, no, what is privacy mode? What does that mean? Oh, okay, I see. I thought it's like a Twitch thing. Ah. Let's host Kwasi.
Yeah. the tech.
Wait.
I'll send
I
you
was
the,
just about
as
to
long as
raid
time, I'll
Kwasi
send you
in
guys the
my
video of the
in his
phone,
stream.
and you find it. There's a specific angle, Para. I don't know how my.
Oh, Michelle is
video,
doing
but
a
there's
blast.
a
Oh, I love
angle
Michelle.
where you stand.
Michelle's the best.
Yeah, save a lot of time. Alright, I think that's it, right? Para has to sleep or something.
God, I'm so hungry. I need some food.
Yeah,
I
sure.
forgot I have an apple in my fridge. I'm gonna eat that one now.
Yeah, because this season, dude, I've never played so much Mythic Plus. I think since Dragonflight Season 3. Never played so much Mythic Plus.
Alright guys, have
Probably
fun
around the
watching
same time,
Kwasi,
yeah.
and I will see you guys tomorrow at around 11 to noon, something like that. So, I hope you have a nice rest of your day. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed the stream and Plus Bootcamp today. And you're the best as always. I do appreciate you guys very much. Thank you so much for hanging out, and have a good one. Goodbye!